Chapter 1 Prologue. Naruto Uzumaki wasn't your average, everyday orphan. He was, as every orphan was, without a guardian. He was, as every orphan was, lonely. He was, as every orphan was, sad. He wasn't, as almost every orphan was, looked at with pity and kindness, however. No, Naruto Uzumaki was looked at with total disdain and hatred. Simply walking down the streets incurred several cruel beatings or belittles. He had no idea why, but the entire population of Konohagakure no Sato seemed to hate him for being him. He had very few precious people. In fact, the only ones he could name of the top of his head were Hiruzen Sarutobi, or as he had dubbed the Sandame Gigi Iam, a girl who helped her father run a nearby ramen shop, and Tuchi, the father of said girl. It was sad actually, a boy his age, 11, being hated by everyone. Naruto looked glum as he walked over to the Hokage Tower. His usual bright cerulean eyes filled with mischief and happiness were dull and sad, and his blonde spiky hair covered his eyes. He was glared at by the people of the village. However, they weren't dumb enough to do anything to him so close to the Hokage. Even the Umbu that were supposed to watch him but usually slacked off were paying attention. Naruto walked through the doors of the tower and straight past the secretary. However, he earned a glare from her at doing so. She hated him too, although she would at least appreciate it when demons respected her. She wasn't trash like him. He walked up the stairs of the bleak tower before he turned, looking at the double, wooden doors in front of him. He sighed and pushed them in, speaking in a timid voice. Gigi. The man sitting at the desk looked at Naruto with shock. The man was light-skinned of average stature with grayish to white spiked hair and a small goatee. He had pronounced cheekbones, a few wrinkles, and a wart near his left nostril and a few liver spots. He wore the usual hat of the Hokage and a haori, along with a red, full-length kimono that was tied using a white sash. He was smoking a pipe at the moment. However, the man was shocked by Naruto's clothes. The black shirt with the red spiral in the middle was in tears, and his orange shorts had been nearly torn apart. It made the Hokage seriously wonder if the Umbu he sent to guard Naruto did their job, and even more than that, if the villagers of Konoha had all but lost their mind. He understood them not understanding much about Fuinjutsu, but this was ridiculous. Come, Naruto. The boy walked into the room, not releasing any of his usual brash and hyperactive behavior. In fact, he appeared to be scared. He ignored the oval room, that while usually filled with stacks of unfinished paperwork, was clean and the large window behind the old man's back. He began to talk. Gigi, why do people hate me? What have I ever did wrong to them? Hiruzen sighed. He couldn't tell the boy about the Kyuubi. Even if the 3 whisker marks per cheek gave it away quite easily, it would be foolhardy. However, he couldn't just leave him there wondering. Naruto, they are not wise. They do not see you for you, but only for a creature that used to live in the village. They are blinded by hatred and take it out on you. But why me? I have no idea. Even I don't know everything. Naruto frowned as he sat down on the hardwood floor with tears starting to appear. Why me? Hiruzen frowned at the boy. He truly pitied him, and in a way he was his only true precious person. It pained him that he had to lie to the boy, especially when he had so few that cared about him, but he had no choice. As Hokage, he had to make tough decisions for the safety of the village and its people. Naruto, how was your day at the academy? Bad. There were these big jerks that picked on me, and then I had to spar with Sasuke, and of course he won, so all the girls fawned over him. Again. It comes with being an Uchiha. Girls fall for the dark look. It's weird though. Naruto's personality, if he matured some, would be good for many girls. The Sandame thought, chuckling to himself. However, he noticed that talking about the academy seemed to cheer Naruto up, as he had begun to yell, so he pressed the topic. Make any friends? Well, no, except for Shikamaru and Choji. And just like that, the vibe was killed. He really wished Minato was here. It would help so much. The man could relate to Naruto in many ways. I'm sorry about that, Naruto. However, I may have something that can cheer you up. Naruto immediately went back to his normal behavior, an exceedingly hyper, short, blonde-haired brat. He ran over to where the Hokage was, bouncing up and down with excitement and anxiousness. "What is it? What is it?" "Calm down, Naruto," the old man chuckled out before he opened the drawer to his desk. He grabbed a small card from the desk drawer and signed Naruto's name on it. "Naruto, you said that you wanted to become the Hokage in the future, right?" Naruto nodded, still wanting to know what his gift was. "Well, this card gives you access to the shinobi library. Now, originally I wouldn't let you have this card until you were a shinobi. However, you seem to be in a bad situation, so I'll let it slide. Grab something you think may be helpful. The basics on shuriken and kunai throwing, a taijutsu style, chakra theory, maybe some jutsu, and I think you may have a natural knack for fuinjutsu. Also, if you want to be Hokage, you have to be well educated in politics, meaning get a few books on that. Also, get a change of clothes with this money, it should help. No orange. Shinobi are not supposed to stick out like a sore thumb, especially on stealth missions. No way. I'd rather die with orange on me than without." The Hokage sighed and just handed Naruto money, looking strictly at him. "Okay, but the shops don't let me go in them." "Well, for the library just say the Hokage is allowing you to since I control it. As for the shops, there is one shop you could enter called Higurashi Shinobi. Go there, it should be helpful. Also, just in case, you can do a henge once you learn how to in the future." Naruto nodded excitedly before rushing out of the room. He was going to go to the library immediately and then focus on training. He was going to rub it in that Uchiha's face when he got to the academy tomorrow. The Hokage smiled genuinely. Now if only he could get those umbu straightened out and make sure that he could help the boy along. While he didn't have enough time on his hands to personally train the boy, he knew one person who would love to train him. That person was none other than the 4th Hokage's prize student and strongest jonin in the village. The man who's an S-rank ninja in all bingo books and copied over 1,000 jutsu. However, that person would also take in one more small pupil, Sasuke Uchiha. If the last Uchiha didn't receive training from the best of the best, the village council will throw a troublesome fit. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto pushed open the doors of the library, smiling all the time. He frowned when he saw all the books, however. He hated books, absolutely loathed them. If you gave him a jutsu or other cool new technique, he would be all for it. However, books were the bane of his existence. They were, simply put, evil beyond belief. He walked through the library trying to find anything of use. As he walked down the Shinobi Basics aisle, he found a book that looked helpful. The Guide to Being a Good Ninja. That sounds awesome. Naruto grabbed the book before continuing on his journey. By the time he had reached the fuinjutsu aisle, he had several books and scrolls in his hands, all on exactly what he was told to get. However, his luck, which was actually quite good to get this far and not get caught, had run out. "What are you doing here, demon?" sneered a lady. He turned to face the black-haired lady. She had caramel eyes, which just screamed out hatred, and wore a red dress. "The Hokage said I could be here. I even have his card," Naruto said, pulling out the card swiftly as if he could pull things from midair. The lady frowned. She knew the Hokage and the boy were close, although she had no idea why such a sacred person like the Hokage would want to protect something that was worse than filth. Still, the Hokage would support the boy over herself, so she could do nothing but have fits about the demon being in her library. She would definitely lose business over this. "Fine, but if you ruin any book you're gonna pay for a new one," she said, stalking away, obvious anger in her steps. Naruto smiled and continued on his journey to make him a better shinobi. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto had gotten all of the books that he needed. Now he was headed to the Higurashi Shinobi shop. While he knew it wasn't in the civilian shop section, as they rarely had decent shinobi gear, he didn't know where in the shinobi shopping section it was in. He hoped that he would pass it on his walks through the area, but that in itself was doubtful. Looking up was painful as all he saw was hateful glances being sent his way. While the shinobi seemed to not hate him as much, the ones that did hate him, they still hated him with a burning passion. The amount decreased, but the pressure increased. He would show them. He would show all of them that he could be the best ninja and Hokage ever. Everyone would respect him then. He continued his search for the place before spotting the shop. It was surrounded by small trees and had a katana as its logo. He walked inside the shop to see a massive array of weapons that made him drool. He was never much of a person for weapons. He liked relying on kunai and shuriken as his main weapons, but the sight of this many was attracting, but he wouldn't use any of them. "Excuse me, are you lost?" "Yeah, could I get about 100 kunai, 150 shuriken, some training weights, a sealing scroll, smoke bombs, ninja wire, and some explosive tags?" "Sure," the girl cheerily responded. She quickly grabbed the items before putting them on the counter and counting up the cost of Naruto's items. "All in all, this will cost 15,000 yen. Naruto groaned. That was the exact amount Gigi had given him, and he had wanted to save the majority of it. However, apparently now he could not. He had to get better. He wasn't good enough to be a ninja as it was right now. Getting better could save his life in the future. "Here you go." Naruto smiled and grabbed the items. He could barely carry everything, including the books he still had from the library. He would manage, though. He didn't want to seem weak in front of his first friend. Well, he would consider her to be a friend. He smiled at her before rushing off, yelling a quick, "Bye!" over his shoulder. Tenten smiled and waved at the 11-year-old. She couldn't wait until he became a ninja. XXXXXXXXXX. Naruto had briefly stopped at his house to get everything settled in. He had only stayed long enough to put down the things he wasn't going to use before he rushed off to one of the village's training grounds. Weights on his legs and arms, of course. He actually didn't know of many, only Training Ground 42 and Training Ground 30. He knew there were more, but he had never found them. He decided to take Training Ground 42 as it was closer to the village, surprisingly as it had the higher number. He had quickly settled down. It was still early in the day, and he had enough time to train. As of now, he was reading the basics on throwing kunai and shuriken. He had to slap his forehead at how simple it was. All this time he had been gruffly throwing the kunai, but he was supposed to let it flow with a flick of his wrist. He couldn't believe he hadn't noticed that. He grabbed the 20 shuriken and kunai he had brought with him, 10 of each, before looking at the tree that stood in front of him. He smiled at it before realizing something. He needed targets. He frowned at that. There was no way for him to actually make any. He just had to shrug it off. He'd get something next time. He took all the shuriken, 5 in each hand, before launching them the way the book told him to. While it wasn't as good as he had hoped, he had hit more than his usual 3 out of them. He had actually hit 5. Yata, this is great. By the end of the day, I'll be able to hit all of the shuriken and kunai. And so began Naruto's first day of self-preservation training. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto awoke with a groan the next day. He had stayed up late last night training hard. While he hadn't been able to hit all of the shuriken, he had improved, as he had with the kunai. He had read up on politics, which bored him to no end, and on chakra theory and how to improve your chakra control. He had even learned why his Bunshin clone technique was so bad. He had too much chakra and not enough control. He had begun to practice that, however, spinning a leaf on his hand, as was the first step to basic chakra control, had been unsuccessful so far. Lastly, he had found a scroll that actually suited him with taijutsu. While he usually just fought like a brawler, this taijutsu was useful, as it felt comfortable when he practiced, and it was all about lethal strikes. All in all, his training had been going good so far, with little low moments. Naruto quickly threw on his brand new clothes. He wouldn't wear the old ones anymore, or more like he couldn't, as they were torn to shreds. These were the only clothes he had, and he planned to take care of them. He went into the bathroom and quickly got ready before rushing out into the kitchen. He didn't know how to cook. He realized as he walked in the kitchen. He would have to fix that soon. He had also learned that eating food healthily helped you get taller, and since he was short for his age, he would start to eat right. He hated being teased about his height and planned to fix it. He just grabbed some bread and stuffed it in his mouth. He didn't have enough time to have ramen today, which truly saddened him. After all, ramen, in his opinion, was the food of the gods. He ran, or more like fast walked as the weights were heavy, down the street, ignoring the glares adults sent his way. He was happy, ecstatic even, and nothing would bring him down. Why, you may ask? Because now he could rub everything he learned in that Uchiha's face. To be honest, Naruto didn't hate Sasuke. In fact, he wanted to be friends with the boy, as they both knew the curse of loneliness. Although Sasuke had once had parents, his whole clan was ripped away from him in one night. That at least put his situation on par with Naruto's. However, since they died, Naruto felt like he should be his friend. Not only so they could support each other, but because Sasuke reminded Naruto of himself. Naruto wanted to remove that look of darkness and anger plus the sadness deep within in his eyes. Naruto ran into the huge building, past the secretary. The academy was quite large and was comprised of several buildings which were erected over time. The building could be identified by the tree in front of it, which has a swing on it, and more so, by the giant sign with the kanji for fire on it. Naruto walked into his classroom, smiling at the teacher. He was earlier than usual, which surprised Irika, the teacher, greatly. Naruto usually came in late to catch everyone's attention. The classrooms were large and had high ceilings. In front of the blackboard in the front of the room was a podium, situated far from the students' desks and put in a position where the teacher could view everyone at once. Irika Umino was a man of average height and build. He had brown hair that he kept in a ponytail, dark eyes, and a scar that ran across the bridge of his nose. He wore the standard Konoha shinobi outfit complete with a forehead protector, sandals, and flak jacket. "Why are you here so early, Naruto?" "I just felt like it," Naruto said, smiling. He quickly walked to the back of the class. Only 3 other people were here: Mizuki, Sasuke Uchiha, or as Naruto had dubbed him, Team, and Hinata Hyuga. Mizuki had shoulder-length, white hair that had a slight tint of blue to it and green eyes. He wore the standard attire of a Konohanin, including the flak jacket and forehead protector, which was worn like a bandana. Hinata had dark blue hair and fair skin. She had the customary white eyes of her clan, the Hyuga clan, which had a tinge of lavender in them. Her bluish-black hair, with the blue being an undertone, was in a short, leveled Heimcut style just above her forehead, with chin-length strands framing her face. She wore a cream-colored hooded jacket with a fire symbol on the upper right and left sleeves and fur around the cuffs and hem, with navy blue pants. Sasuke was a fair-skinned ninja who had onyx eyes and black with a slight bluish tint chin-length hair. His hair was spiky in the back with bangs. The bangs roughly framed his face. He wore the traditional Uchiha clothing, a navy blue, short-sleeved shirt with a high collar and the Uchiha crest on the back and white arm warmers, along with white shorts. His face was almost always blank or scowling. Naruto took out the one book he had brought with him to school as he waited for everyone to trickle in the class. It was a book on Fuinjutsu, the only book he hadn't been able to get to when he trained yesterday. As he began skimming through it, he smiled. The book, The Art of Sealing, written by this guy named Jiraiya, had a warning on the first page. It said, "You must have perfect handwriting to use Fuinjutsu," in all capital letters. This was what made Naruto smile. He had the perfect handwriting. Hiruzen had told him so, as did Irika. It was surprising considering the fact that he didn't like to write unless it helped him fight. That's what made Fuinjutsu perfect for him. He hated writing, but he loved fighting. Fuinjutsu allowed you to write and use that writing in battle for unlimited effects. It gave a prankster like Naruto many ideas. All he had to do was learn it. He continued to read until Irika had called his name. Class had started, even though it felt like 5 minutes to him when it really had been an hour. "Naruto, class is starting. Please put the book away, wait." The entire class stared at him as if he had grown a second head. Even Sasuke raised a brow. "What? Am I doing something wrong?" "You're reading," they hollered at the blonde. Naruto blushed, slightly embarrassed at the fact they thought he disliked reading. It wasn't false, but he could handle it when necessary. I don't like reading, but I admit it can be helpful, he mumbled. This caused the entire class to stare at him with a questioning gaze before looking at Irika, who began teaching a boring lesson. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto was bored out of his mind at the moment. Irika was teaching the history of Konoha, and while Naruto liked this part of the day the best, at least the part when they were inside the classroom, however, he had promised the Hokage that he would be better than all of the previous Hokages, and doing that meant knowing your history. This surprised the person who sat next to him, Shikamaru Nara. The boy had a surprised expression. However, it was usually one of laziness or irritation. He had shoulder-length black hair tied in a spiky ponytail and narrow brown eyes. He wore a simple pair of silver hoop earrings. He wore a green-lined mesh t-shirt under a short-sleeved gray jacket with green edges, adorned on both the sleeves, and the back was a circle with a line through it. He completed his clothing style with brown pants and blue shinobi sandals. "You're actually paying attention to this, Naruto?" Naruto looked at Shikamaru, a bored expression on his face. "Unfortunately." "Troublesome," Shikamaru said. However, Irika noticed their conversation and yelled at them. "Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, stop talking." The two were laughed at by the rest of the class, but they just shrugged it off. However, Irika wasn't done with them. "Shikamaru, who did the first Hokage battle after the creation of the village?" It was something Irika did often. If he ever caught you not paying attention, he would ask you a question on the topic, to make sure that the embarrassment would make you learn more, as you didn't want to look like a fool. It worked on almost everyone. However, three boys, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Chuji, just didn't give a crap. "Madara Uchiha," Shikamaru responded in a bored tone. Irika just frowned. The boy wasn't wrong, but such lack of enthusiasm wasn't good for a ninja. However, the boy was a Nara, so it was expected of them to be lazy. The entire clan, at least the males, were. However, Irika still had to peg Naruto. "Naruto, who was Madara Uchiha?" Irika knew he had Naruto. The boy never truly listened, but something was off about today. If he could get him this time, Naruto may actually start trying in school. He wasn't expecting the answer Naruto gave. Madara Uchiha was a legendary shinobi and a former leader of the Uchiha clan. After allying with his rival, Hashirama Senju, also known as the first Hokage, their two clans created Konohagakure to achieve peace in the world. He eventually came to an impasse with Hashirama and defected from the village. However, he came back with the Kyuubi no Yoko to battle Hashirama for the position of Hokage. He lost and died in the battle. The entire class froze at the answer. Naruto answered a question correctly. Naruto, the dead last, the loser, the orphan, the freak. He answered a question correctly when he rarely paid any attention in class. "See, correct?" Irika said, stumbling over his words to express what he had just witnessed. He turned and continued to teach, although he promised that he had to keep a closer eye on Naruto from here on out. It seemed he was more intelligent from what he let on before. XXXXXXX. It was time for lunch, and Naruto had decided to go up to the roof to eat. He had brought a small bento that he bought early yesterday for himself to eat. As he sat down on a nearby table, he looked around. He began to eat before he heard a shout. His head snapped up and he saw some bullies picking on the Hyuga in his class. Not that he knew that, to him she was just some girl. The bullies were in the grade above his. He growled when he saw that. Who did they think they were? They didn't have the right to bully her. He marched over there and shouted, "Hey, leave her alone!" The bullies turned and glared at Naruto before breaking out into raucous laughter. "You think you can hurt us, dead last?" Naruto growled. "Just leave her alone." The bullies smiled. "How about no?" The three bullies charged, all lifting their fists to punch Naruto. However, Naruto dodged the first one before punching him in the gut. He didn't turn fast enough, however, and was hit from behind by another one. He turned, growling before jumping in the air. He came in with a flying side kick that landed straight in one of the boy's chest, sending him to the ground groaning. He still had 2 more to deal with, however, as they began to use combination attacks against him. These guys fight well together, Naruto thought. However, he wasn't the only one paying attention to the fight. Amazing, thought Hinata. The dobe can fight this well? Maybe he isn't as bad as I thought before, Sasuke thought, a quick smirk gracing his face. It seemed as if Naruto could become a potential rival to him in the future. One boy came in alone, getting bold at them, keeping Naruto on the ropes. He threw a straight punch, preparing to knock Naruto's block off. However, Naruto jumped backwards, forcing the boy to hyperextend his elbow. The boy hissed in pain and dropped to the ground. However, Naruto came in with a swift low kick to the boy's side and left him groaning on the ground. However, he was hit from behind by the last boy, also the most polished taijutsu fighter among them. "What's your name, kid?" the boy asked, slightly interested at the so-called dead last that took down 2 of his friends. "Naruto Uzumaki. What about you?" "Isuku. Nice to meet you," the boy said before charging. During this charge, Naruto took in Isuku's appearance. He wore a dark blue shirt with a black vest over it. He had brown eyes and brown hair, with bangs that fell over his eyebrows. He wore dark brown pants with shinobi sandals on his feet. Isuku threw a roundhouse kick at Naruto's face. However, the small boy ducked under the kick, only to be caught by a hook kick to the face that sent him tumbling. "I've heard of this style. He uses karate and that technique. That was a roundhouse kick-hook kick combination. He's good." Isuku charged again, bringing his fist up to guard his face. Naruto lifted his leg, preparing to lash out with a side kick. However, the boy grabbed Naruto's leg and held it in place. He then swung it to the side, sending Naruto off balance. As the blonde fell, Isuku smashed a knee into his forehead, drawing blood. Naruto spat some blood out of his mouth, trying to look like he was fine, but truly his head was spinning. This guy hit hard, very hard. He had never been hit this hard, even by the villagers that tended to beat him. Naruto looked up to see a fist coming towards his face. However, he ducked, albeit it barely. He saw an opening, but he knew he would have to capitalize on it immediately to get past the older boy's defense. He swung up for an elbow smash towards Isuku's head. However, the older boy ducked. Naruto smiled at seeing that and brought his elbow down into the back of Isuku's head. As the boy stumbled, Naruto brought his knee into Isuku's face, knocking the boy out. "Take that!" he shouted, smiling as Isuku whom fell to the ground. Again he felt the eyes of many people on him. It was unnerving. While he liked attention, they were staring at him as if he was a completely different person. He turned his face down and walked back over to where Hinata was. "Are you okay?" Why yes," the girl responded shyly. Naruto then looked at her intently, causing her already rosy cheeks to burn. "You're in my class, right?" Why yes, I'm Hinata Hyuga," the girl said, still a little shy around the blonde. "Nice to meet you, Hinata-san. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Believe it." Naruto then frowned at the girl. "You know, you shouldn't let those guys pick on you like that." The girl looked saddened at that. "BB, but their SS so big. How am I SS supposed to fight against that?" Naruto smiled. "By getting stronger. I'll help you too." The girl smiled and nodded timidly. "Well then, follow me, Hinata-chan. You have made yourself a friend today. A friend who will one day become the Hokage." The girl smiled. She liked this boy. He was nice and didn't look down on her for being timid. She truly hoped she could be his friend. XXXXXXXXX. It had been 2 months since Naruto had gotten his gift from the Sandaime. Said boy groaned as he slammed his fist into the log again. It was part of his morning workout, which consisted of 300 push-ups, 200 punches on the tree with each arm, 200 kicks on the tree with each leg, and 50 laps around the entire training area. It was insane, quite honestly, especially because he wore weights throughout the entirety of the practice. By the end of the workout, he was dead tired. To rest his body, not his mind, he studied chakra theory, politics, and Fuinjutsu afterward. The only time he wasn't bored during this period was when he studied Fuinjutsu. However, that was because he was strangely attracted to it, as if its topics were hypnotizing. While it didn't scare him, it actually gave him a strange comforting feeling. Although a strange feeling of hatred arose whenever he studied it, he wasn't sure what it meant either. The last part of the day was probably the most hectic. He practiced his taijutsu style, worked on improving his chakra control, trained on his kunai and shuriken accuracy, and practiced his fuinjutsu. While fuinjutsu was much easier, it was also more complicated, and while it wasn't hard, it took the most time, not including chakra control, as he had to make sure every stroke was perfect. Jiraiya, the writer of the book he was reading, hadn't gone into detail about what happened when a fuinjutsu was improperly, or sloppily, written, but he had said that it was something no one, not even the Shinigami himself, deserved to encounter. However, his training and academic aspects of life were not the only things that had improved. He shot up like a rocket since he started eating healthy. He now could look Sakura in the eye, whom was 2 inches shorter than Sasuke and still growing. His relationship with Hinata had skyrocketed. While he hadn't been over to her house, he had learned more about her and her clan. To be honest, he liked her, but disliked the policies of her clan. While he didn't know much about it, she had told him there was a wedge between the main and branch families. Although he did not know what caused it or what that wedge was. He had taken to calling her Hina-chan now, which made her blush every time he did so. She still called him Naruto-kun, but he wasn't opposed to the name, he rather liked it. She was his 4th friend, 3rd in his age range and class anyway. He also had made friends with Shikamaru and Chuji. Well, friend was a strong word, more like very good colleague. He hung out with them a lot and had taken to their habit of cloud watching. It was interesting seeing how the clouds moved. It was actually a good way of stress relief for him when he felt sore from an earlier training regimen. However, if anything hadn't changed over the course of the 2 months, it was his relationship with his crush, a pink-haired girl named Sakura. He had had a crush on her since they were in the 3rd year in the academy, and it wasn't a 1-week type of crush. No, it was on a deeper level. It was not love, although Naruto, being as dense and unintelligent in the ways of dating as he was, thought it was. He still called her Sakura-chan, much to the girl's dismay, and still asked her out on dates, though way less frequently. Needless to say, he was rebuffed every time. The girl was a die-hard Uchiha fangirl. It was the one thing he didn't like about her. She never noticed him, and even while he had improved and was by no means the idiot he once was, she still considered him to be one. Her insulting nickname of Naruto Baka was still what she called him. He had been told by Chuji and Shikamaru that he should quit while he was ahead, but he just couldn't. She was alluring with her looks and grace, and he was a novice to feminine attraction. As Hinata was too shy to be anything more than a friend, although he would not deny the Hyuga was cute since she started growing her hair out instead of having a bowl cut. Sakura had taken to physically rebuffing his dates now. Whenever he asked her out, she screamed at him and punched him hard. It broke a little bit of him every time she did so, but he was never a quitter and swore that he could change her train of thought about him eventually. However, Naruto no longer had time to practice. It was time for school, the hell spawn that it was, and he had to go. He had woken up particularly early today to train briefly. He sighed as he looked at the goggles he had begun to wear in public. The Hokage had given them to him when he was still very young, and they had been his only companion through his many years of hardship. They were something to reminisce of how his old life was, as it was beginning to change very rapidly. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto burst into his class nearly late. Villagers had tried to stop him from reaching the academy today, forcing him to make an arc around the village to avoid them. He smiled as the bell rang the second he busted in. His devilish luck was still active, and he definitely was making use of it. "You made it on time, Naruto, barely?" Irika said, smiling at the blonde. He had gotten used to the change in Naruto over the course of the 2 months. Naruto smiled back, although he felt a distinct chill spread through his body as Mizuki, Irika's helper, nodded at him with a small smile. Something about that man had always set Naruto off, although he took that as a sign that he may rig his grades as the majority of the academy teachers did. Take your seat. Naruto did as told, and sat next to his closest friend, Hinata. "Enen Naruto-kun, where were you? Why you were almost late today," she asked. Naruto smiled sheepishly at the girl, rubbing the back of his neck. She still hadn't got over her stuttering problem, though she was improving. "I ran into some problems on the way here." "Troublesome," he heard Shikamaru mumble in front of him. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. "Okay kids, time for the taijutsu sparing portion of the day," Mizuki said. "As Parents' Day is coming up, you all will be sparing with each other. As to get ready to show off everything you have learned, we will have you spar each other, to make it more interesting." Naruto nodded. Today was his chance. His chance to finally beat the Uchiha. For the past month, all they had done was spar with Mizuki, but now he was going to be able to spar Sasuke. As long Mizuki called him out to spar Sasuke, he just had to rely on his luck again. "Okay, as per usual, ladies first. I want Sakura and Hinata to spar." Naruto frowned as Mizuki called that out. He didn't know who to cheer for. On one hand, he had his childhood crush, while on the other he had the person who had become one of his most precious people. It was truly a hard choice. He had no idea which one to pick. However, it seemed it was not needed as the fight ended in about 10 minutes. Out of all the girls, Hinata was the best at taijutsu hands down. While it may be she was the only clan girl who trained who didn't fast for the Uchiha, or the fact that she was slightly harder on the majority of the girls for hurting Naruto, especially Sakura, it didn't matter. She could undoubtedly beat all of them, even if she was shy. Sakura, however, put up a better fight than he expected. It seems she's been training more instead of always fawning over Sasuke. Though she undoubtedly still harbored feelings for the Uchiha, she wasn't much of a fangirl anymore. And so the fights continued, all the girls being pathetic at taijutsu. They had the capability of being good in taijutsu, but it was the fact that, with the exception of Hinata and perhaps now Sakura, all of the girls in the class were undoubtedly fangirls, which hindered their growth. "Well, that was great," Mizuki said. Forcing out the word great, however, it only sounded guttural. "Boys next. Kiba and Chuji, you're first." Chuji had spiky, brown hair, swirl marks on his cheeks, and had a more robust physique. He wore black shorts, a long white scarf, a short-sleeved, green haori over a white shirt with his clan's obligatory kanji for food on it, small, hoop earrings, and his legs and forearms were wrapped in bandages. Kiba had messy brown hair, sharp black eyes with vertical slit-like pupils, pronounced canine teeth, and nails. He also had distinctive red fang markings on his cheeks, as per his clan's rules. He wore dark grayish pants that reached his calves and a gray, hooded fur-lined coat, with the hood usually placed on his head, over an apparent plate of armor and fishnet undershirt. "Sensei," Kiba began, "can we use chakra in our fight?" Mizuki actually took time to think this over. The girls didn't use it, but then again the girls didn't have enough experience to use it as the majority never trained. The boys, however, they trained, and they all had clans that helped them train. Therefore, it would not be too dangerous. "I will allow it. However, if I deem it too dangerous, I will stop the match." Kiba nodded and glared at Chuji, who was eating a bag of chips. Kiba growled, "Begin." Kiba's body was enveloped by a large cloud of chakra, and he crouched on the ground, as if he were a canine. His teeth elongated even further, his fingers and toenails grew to claw-like length, and his eyes became wilder with his slit-like pupils thinning. A dog barked behind Kiba. It was a small puppy with white fur and resembled a Great Pyrenees. Its eyes were squinted, appearing closed, and he had a dark brown nose, as well as dark brown patches on his ears and a dark outline around his mouth. "Don't worry, Akamaru. This will be over quickly." Kiba charged Chuji, his claws raised. Chuji ducked under the swipe, barely dodging it, before stumbling backwards. "Wait, Kiba. There is no need for violence." "Yes, there is, Chuji." Kiba charged again, however this time Chuji was prepared. His arm began to enlarge, growing to gargantuan sizes. Bubenbaika no Jutsu, partial multi-size technique. Kiba dodged the overgrown fist partially, only allowing it to clip his side. However, the force of the blow was great and sent him to the ground. Chuji looked hesitant but still charged the downed Kiba. Kiba looked up, determination in his eyes, before he raised his claws again. He charged Chuji in response, before lashing out with his claws. He was faster than Chuji, and because of that, when Chuji dodged, his shirt had 2 diagonal slash marks on it. Chuji fell backwards as Kiba rushed in and put his claws to his neck. "Yield," Kiba said. Chuji nodded and looked at Mizuki. Yield." Mizuki nodded. Kiba wins. Chuji walked away from the circle looking down in shame, while Kiba sauntered off cockily. "It's okay, Chuji, you'll get him next time," Naruto said, patting his friend on the back. "Why you did Gigi grade out T to there see Chuji-san," Hinata said, hiding behind Naruto slightly. "It's fine, Chuji, winning is too troublesome." Chuji nodded as his friends comforted him. It made him feel better about the loss. Still, next time he would rather win. "Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki," Mizuki said with a calm face. However, inside he was grinning like a madman. "Show him up, Uchiha." Mizuki thought his thoughts filled with unreasonable hatred. Sasuke walked into the circle, as did Naruto. They glared at each other, their dislike for the other, or anger at the other for showing them up all the time, being revealed. "Prepare to lose, Sasuke team," Naruto said, crouching into his fighting stance. "HN. Dobe," Sasuke responded, also falling into his own Uchiha fighting stance. "Begin," Mizuki ordered. Naruto rushed Sasuke immediately, his punch ready to be thrown. However, Sasuke swatted his fist to the side and tried to punch him in the gut. Naruto grabbed his fist and pulled Sasuke in for a knee to the stomach, which was blocked by Sasuke's free hand. The two growled at each other before breaking apart to gain more clarity. That moment quickly ended as Naruto rushed forward, his hand clearly wanting to strike the Uchiha in the chest. Sasuke twirled to the side, getting behind Naruto and attempting to lash out with a spinning hook kick. However, Naruto turned in time and caught the kick with both of his hands, although it hurt. Naruto growled. He was on the back foot. While after only a week of seriously training he knew he wouldn't be on Sasuke's level, he thought he would be doing better than this. The Uchiha was toying with him to try and make him look like a fool. While it wasn't exactly working as he had hoped, in fact it was helping Naruto, as a few of the girls were wondering when he got that good, it was still showing the fact that Sasuke was a great fighter, as Naruto had defeated some of the more capable boys in the class before. Sasuke jumped and span in midair, twirling his caught leg around in Naruto's grasp as he came in with a sweeping kick to the head. Both of Naruto's hands were preoccupied, and he was too close to dodge. Naruto was hit straight in the face, spitting out blood and making him stumble. He got his equilibrium back and glared at Sasuke. "Nice one, team. Let's see if you can stop this." Naruto charged Sasuke, cocking both of his fists back. Sasuke dodged both strikes. However, Naruto wanted this. He clasped his hands on the back of the Uchiha's neck and brought him down into his knee, snapping Sasuke's head back and forcing blood from his nose. Sasuke stumbled and Naruto took advantage of it. Naruto grabbed his chin and pushed back on it, forcing Sasuke to the ground. However, the young Uchiha span and kicked Naruto in the side, forcing him off of him. Naruto stood as Sasuke did, both looking at each other in a new light. Sasuke isn't invincible, Naruto thought. While he didn't think he was, compared to all the other academy students, Sasuke seemed invincible. The dobe is an actual challenge. You've earned some of my respect, Naruto, Sasuke thought, before he crouched preparing to strike. However, they were not the only two looking at this battle. "These two kids are amazing," Mizuki said, looking at them in awe. "When I was an academy student, I wasn't near this level." "How is Naruto keeping up with Sasuke-kun?" Sakura said. Apparently, She hasn't seen Naruto spar with anyone that could actually challenge him. Sakura had bright pink hair, large green eyes, and fair skin. She had a rather large forehead and wore bags to cover it, which helped. She wore a red cheapao dress with white circular designs, with short sleeves with a zipper, and tight dark green shorts. What do you mean billboard brow? Clearly Sasuke-kun is mopping the floor with Naruto Baka, stated a blonde-haired girl. The girl was fair-skinned and average in height with blue eyes. She had long, blonde, waist-length hair, which was worn in a high ponytail with bangs covering the right side of her face. She wore a pair of small silver hoop earrings and purple, fairly revealing clothing. She wore a short purple vest-like blouse with a raised collar, a purple apron skirt that was cut off at the sides and bandages on her stomach and legs. She also wore purple and white elbow warmers. "You heard me, Ino pig," Sakura shouted back at the girl. The two butted heads before everyone muted them out. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Hokage-sama, you want me to train the blonde and the Uchiha? A man with silver hair said. Yes, Naruto has much potential. Possibly more than any of the other prospects, with his only fierce competitor being Uchiha Sasuke. And since Sasuke is an Uchiha, you're the only one who can train him once he unlocks his dojutsu. Hokage-sama, said the man, while I am all for teaching the boy dash, especially as he is my sensei's son, wouldn't the council get angry as they want me to train the Uchiha alone? The man was fit and relatively tall, with spiky silver hair and one dark-colored eye. He wore a navy face mask that covered his from his chin up to the bright of his nose. He wore the standard attire for a jonin with short metal-plated gloves. He wore his forehead protector on a simple blue band that was titled to the left to cover his left eye. He also wore a chain necklace. That is when it is time for them to graduate. Besides, the boy is already spoiled, he doesn't need private tutoring. Also, he's the top of the class. It's just I need you to train him as well so no debates turned catastrophes will occur. Kakashi was jumping for joy, mentally of course. He got to train his sensei's son and his deceased best friend's cousin. It would be great for him, Naruto and Sasuke on the other hand. He may not like Kakashi's training from slacker hell. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto blocked Sasuke's punch before attempting to slam his elbow into Sasuke's face. However, the raven-haired boy avoided the blow and lashed out with a pushing front kick in attempt to push Naruto out of the circle. Naruto latched onto his leg as he was hit in the chest, dragging Sasuke along with him. They both tumbled over and shot up immediately, ready to go for another round. Break it up, Mizuki ordered. The two let go of each other, surprise written on both of their faces. There was no winner, it's a draw. While the girls in the class seemed to have problems with this, the boys were happy. Now Sasuke may not act like a stuck-up asshole to everyone. "TCH?" Sasuke mumbled before stuffing his hands in his pockets and walking away. If the dobe can go toe-to-toe with me, I have to step up my training regimen as well, Sasuke thought while in his seat. XXXXXXXXXXXX. It had been 5 hours since today's class had ended, and Naruto was exhausted. He was still punching the tree, trying to finish up his morning workout, even thought it was well past the time he should have finished it. He had already studied Fuinjutsu and politics, and practiced his chakra control. As of now, all he wanted to do was sleep, but he had to finish his physical exercises first. He continued until he heard two voices behind him. What the? Why is the dobe training with us? Looks like he's gonna pass out if he doesn't take a breather. He turned to see Kakashi walking up to him, a smile hidden behind his mask, and Sasuke walking up behind him. Who are you? And why'd you bring team? Naruto asked, dropping into his fighting stance. Whoa, calm down Gaki. I'm here because I want to help you both out some. Why bring us here together then? Sasuke cut in rudely. I'm Hatake Kakashi, S-ranked Jonin in Konoha. Sandame-sama ordered me to give you 2 private training sessions as he said that you two had the most potential out of every other prospect in your age group. Naruto and Sasuke's eyes lit up at the revelation. They were being trained by the best jonin in Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto looked at him pointedly. He highly doubted he just randomly saw him and decided to train him, but who was he to refuse? They were part of the village, he could tell from their headbands, and the jonin was offering to train him. It would be idiotic not to accept. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the man who's going to become Hokage, Databeo. Chapter 2, Becoming a Genin. It had been a month since Kakashi had started training Naruto and Sasuke, and while the two still don't see eye to eye, they found respect from one another. Naruto groaned as Kakashi told him to run another lap. The man was not even paying attention to Naruto or his training. He was more into his smut, which Naruto believed was called Aika Aika. From what Naruto could deduce from the cover, it was a book about something that he had not learned in class yet. He would have to check up human biology with the old man, as he saw that the man and woman on the cover seemed to be doing weird things and wearing very revealing clothing, and most importantly they were connected at the hip. Sasuke was being drilled into the ground by running through trees avoiding jutsu that Kakashi's clone was hurling at him. The Uchiha was hard-pressed to dodge, and what made it even worse was that the boy was wearing the same amount of weights that Naruto was. It was absurd. No wonder the blonde got significantly better in 2 months of training. However, Naruto had more important things to think on, like what Anko was doing. The woman caught onto what Kakashi was doing and decided to tag along. She loved scaring the living shit out of fresh gakis, plus the extra training would make them even more awesome. She had left saying that she was preparing her training from hell, supposedly. He highly doubted it could be training from hell, however from the way Kakashi paled and the way Anko grinned, he was starting to doubt that. No sane person who knew Anko would not blame him. Naruto continued to run his 50th, 60th, 70th lap. Naruto could not remember. He had been running so much his legs burned and he would kill to do anything, other than what he was doing right now. He looked back at Kakashi, who somehow knew he was finished and waved his hand at Naruto, signaling him to do another lap. Naruto groaned until a kunai flew by his cheek, shallowly cutting it. The blonde turned towards Anko with a nervous expression. "Hey Anko-sensei," he asked, quite nervous. "Hey Gaki, time to meet my training from hell, then back to Kakashi and then you get to hit the sack, but until then it's training time, follow me." Naruto nodded and followed Anko. She headed quite the distance, before she landed upon a gate with a sign on it that said, "The Forest of Death." Naruto stepped back when he saw it. "So Gaki, first off welcome to my home, or dubbed by us, the Forest of Death, or dubbed by the people who have died in here, that crazy bitch's home. Their thoughts of course. Now thus place is just awesome. Despite the dull metallic fence that surrounds it to keep the many dangers lurking within contained, there is a river in the forest. However, the most important thing is the radius of the forest. It's about 10 kilometers. You may ask why this is the most important. Well, that's because you're going to running it while dodging attacks from me and all the giant tigers, leeches, bears, and other critters that lurk in this forest. Isn't that fun? It seems you're giving me training like what team is doing over there with Kakashi-sensei. I can agree to the people that called you that crazy bitch, Naruto mumbled. However, Anko heard him. She drew a kunai and began leaking killing intent. In all reality, she was not angry. She knew he was just complaining, but it was too much fun to tease him. "What was that brat?" she whispered lowly. Naruto backed up slowly, very slowly. "Nothing, Anko-sensei," he shouted out. She smiled. "Good. Now get going Gaki." As soon as Naruto took off, Anko was at his heels, purposely going slower than him. "He's rather fast for a small little brat," she thought as she kicked him into the forest. "Stop trying to cheat Gaki." "But you didn't even tell me where the entrance was," Naruto grumbled before he lunged to his right. A giant tiger stood there, saliva dripping from its mouth and fangs and a look of desperation in its eyes. "Great, a wild, starving giant tiger. It would be my luck." He had to roll to the side to dodge some kunai that were thrown at him by Anko before he stood up and sprinted off into the forest, followed by Anko and the tiger. He jumped over a fallen tree branch to see a giant centipede next to it, and from the looks of it just woke up. Shit! The centipede lunged towards Naruto, apparently hungry after its nap. Naruto rolled into a ball in midair and landed on its back before drawing a kunai. He slammed the kunai into its back before he jumped over its dead corpse and continued his running. He continued to run before the giant tiger appeared in front of him again, and he just knew that Anko was behind him, preparing kunai. The tiger lunged just as Naruto ducked. The tiger flew over him and Naruto used the kunai he used to kill the centipede and stab it into the tiger's gut, causing it to gurgle out blood as its gut was pierced. Blood flowed from the wound as it did from the tiger's mouth. Naruto groaned and left the kunai there, looking at his now bloody clothes. These are my only pair, he thought before he used the tiger's body to shield himself from a barrage of shuriken and kunai. Crazy bitch. Naruto threw the corpse of a tiger away before taking off running again. He had done this for a little over an hour before he was told to stop by Anko. Why you crazy bitch? Naruto said, trying to catch his breath. Ah, I love you too, Gaki, she said before she rubbed his cheek with hers affectionately. She then proceeded to grab both of his arms and force him to hang on to a tree. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, Anko said after she bit her hand, drawing blood, and flowed through the hand seals. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, and finally, ram. A small, yet intricate seal appeared on the ground below her hand before a puff of smoke appeared from it. When the smoke cleared, there were 2 snakes where the seal once was. You called us, Lady Anko? The snakes asked. Naruto was immediately fearing for his life. Snakes that could talk. That was not a good sign. Yes, Ariko, Manabe. I want you to try and eat that boy over there, she said, pointing at Naruto. If he tries to slack off, feel free, otherwise just scare him. The snakes nodded and coiled around Naruto. I want 300 pull-ups, brat. Get going. These snakes won't eat me, you don't have the guts, Naruto roared back at her. Anko smiled sadistically while Kakashi appeared next to her. Trust me, Naruto, she does. She has no problem with it. Sasuke, drop and give me 300 push-ups, then sprint through the forest while dodging projectiles from me. Sasuke groaned and did as told. As long as the training got him stronger, he would do it without hesitation. From the seriousness in Kakashi's tone of voice, Naruto got to work. He knew the man was rarely serious, at least he had been told so by Anko during their little death chase. He was mainly a lazy bastard, however he was a very powerful bastard, although Anko thought it was just a guise. Naruto, however, began to pull-ups anyways as the snakes playfully bit the air near his shoes, worrying him greatly. However, the entire time he was shouting one thing, "You crazy bitch! XXXXXXXXXXX. Kakashi-sensei, Anko-sensei." The 2 jonin walked out from the nearby trees, both with smiles on their faces. Well, Anko had a smile. Kakashi was doing his traditional eye smile. Yes, Naru-chan, Anko said. Naruto growled at the woman but continued to talk to them. I want a jutsu. Kakashi's eye smile deepened. We thought you might say that, so we got a jutsu, a basic one, but a jutsu nonetheless. Naruto was immediately more engaged in the conversation. What is it? Before I hand you a jutsu scroll, I need to know what your elemental affinity is. Take this sheet of paper and channel your chakra into it. If it burns to ash, then your fire, dampens then water, crushes then earth, cuts in half then wind, and if it wrinkles then lightning. I myself am a lightning type. Now I want both of you to do so, explained Kakashi as he tossed the 2 academy students chakra paper. Naruto channeled chakra into his paper, and as a result the paper split in half, then dampened much to his amazement. Sasuke's paper, on the other hand, wrinkled, then burned to ash. It seemed Sasuke's primary affinity was lightning, which was a shock in of itself. The Uchiha clan main affinity is fire, and it was rare to see an Uchiha with a lightning affinity. As I thought, Sasuke just like me. But to already have two elements is amazing, especially when you aren't even a genin at the moment. Okay, Naruto, here's your jutsu. It is called Sway Tun, Tepidama, Water Release, Gunshot. Kakashi threw him the scroll that the jutsu was contained in, and Naruto grabbed it and opened it, revealing its contents to himself. After a few seconds of reading, Naruto understood the basics of the jutsu. Basically, all he had to do was need chakra and convert it to water, and finally spit it out in the form of condensed balls. It was a high-speed water ball attack that possessed a lot of power to kill. It also held a warning on it. It was best to use where there were areas of water. However, you could use your own water supply inside your body to create the technique. However, you would want to keep a high level of water in your system to do so, as using too many could prove fatal, as you would die of dehydration. It is a C-rank jutsu, so it's pretty good around low chunin, high genin level. Get started, Kakashi instructed. Naruto smiled at Kakashi. You got it, sensei. I'll have this down by the end of the day. What about me? I want a jutsu as well, Sasuke complained. I haven't forgotten about you, Sasuke. Here's a C-rank jutsu as well. It's called Raitun. Raikyu, lightning release, lightning ball. Sasuke skimmed through his jutsu with sharp eyes, catching every single description. The Uchiha had to knead his normal chakra, then change it into lightning chakra after doing the respective hand signs. Then an orb of lightning will form around his hand, with the center at his palm. The jutsu is meant to be thrown at those with minimal to medium speed. It can shock opponents from up to 5 meters at a time. The downside is that if you perform the jutsu incorrectly, you'll electrocute yourself on accident. The attack power is dependent on how much chakra you put into the jutsu. It can range from just a mere shock to possible death. The Uchiha smirked a little. He was starting off at a good start with another jutsu to add to his relatively small arsenal. Thanks, the Uchiha said as he zoomed to an area where Naruto couldn't see him. Kakashi did his signature eye smile. XXXXXXXXXXXX. It had been months since Naruto and Sasuke had received new jutsus. Naruto groaned as he laid his head down on his table. Iruka was giving another lecture, and to the same person. When would he realize that none of the boys in the class ever truly listened to his lectures? Only the girls did. After all, they had to look good for their Sasuke-kun. However, Naruto still thought of him as more of a team than anything else. Though he had to respect the Uchiha. As the blonde originally thought Sasuke got everything easily and didn't work for it. In the end, it was the exact opposite. Sasuke worked for everything with a work ethic that rivaled his own. Naruto frowned as Iruka started to scan over the class to see if any of them were paying any attention. He sat upright as he passed his area, as he did not want to get in trouble. Once Iruka stopped looking his way, he laid his head down on the table again and began to nod off. Naruto-kun, why you should really pay attention. He heard a gentle and soft voice whisper. Naruto smiled at Hinata. Sorry, Hina-chan. It's just that this is so boring. We're getting the genin exams tomorrow, and reviewing basic stuff like this is so dull. Hinata looked the same as she did earlier in life. She even wore the same clothes, only they were a larger size, with only her hair being longer. However, things had changed about her. The major change was that she was no longer exceedingly timid. While she did not voice her opinion all that much, and was still very reluctant to go against anyone, her stuttering had happened less and less in her sentences, and she seemed more confident, even if only slightly, in herself. Naruto, meanwhile, had changed a lot. He wore a sleeveless dark orange shirt with dark orange bandages going up the entirety of his right arm. On those bandages was the blue Konoha leaf symbol, which was directly on his shoulder. He sported black, baggy pants that reached his black shinobi sandals. There was a black belt holding up the pants which had a weapon holster attached to it. Lastly, he wore a short two-tailed dark orange scarf around his neck, with mesh armor underneath his entire outfit. He had also grown to near eye-to-eye level with Sasuke. The blonde was still a bit shorter, though he would catch up eventually. However, Naruto had not just changed in terms of clothing. No, his personality had changed also, as well as his skill. While he still tended to act rather brash, hyperactive, and sensitive, he also had his moments of genius and silence. He also had gone leaps and bounds in his skill. When he first started his training with Kakashi, he was not even genin level, but now he was high genin level, or in a rival sense of things, Sasuke's level. Naruto-kun if you wanna be Hokage, you have to pay attention in class. Hokages have TT to manage TT the Academy after all. Hinata whispered. I know, Hina-chan. I can't forget. You keep reminding me, Naruto said as he pouted at her. Hinata just smiled faintly and started paying attention in class again. Naruto instead decided to scout out all of his possible teammates that would be useful. Of course, there was Hinata, Chuji, and Shikamaru, but he knew he would not get them. Call it a gut instinct, but he doubted they would be on his team, no matter how much he truly wanted them to be. There was Shino, who was actually someone Naruto found rather creepy. He was exceedingly silent, even quieter than Sasuke and Shikamaru combined, and that was saying something. Shino was fair-skinned and actually the tallest out of everyone in the class. He had dark, bushy, brown hair and dark, narrow eyes. He wore a sea-green jacket with a high, upturned collar with dark sunglasses. He wore brown pants that stopped just above his ankles, leading to his standard blue shinobi sandals. Then there was Sakura and Ino. Naruto only wanted Sakura, as he still had a crush on her, although something about that crush was changing. Although she stopped physically rebuffing his date offerings, she now resorted to completely ignoring him, just like the villagers do. However, he couldn't deny that she'd become more of a kunoichi, if anything, in the past months. She was hardly fawning over Sasuke anymore due to being told off by Sasuke that he only wanted strong kunoichi to be by his side, not fangirls or weak kunoichi. She is definitely the second best kunoichi in the class, after Hinata of course. She had even caught Sasuke's attention when she went toe-to-toe with Hinata for a few minutes and trashed Ino in a sparring match. People had told him to give up on her, and that she was not even girlfriend material, but he refused to do so. There was Kiba, who had, like Hinata, only increased his size and still wore the same style of clothing. Lastly, there was, begrudgingly, Sasuke. While Naruto would not deny that Sasuke was a very skilled and competitive rival, he also could not deny, nor would he attempt to, that Sasuke was a complete asshole. He did not listen to what anyone said bar Kakashi, and more often than not ridiculed you for appearing weak. He barely changed since last year besides growth. The only thing that changed about him was that he wore straps around his arms instead of arm warmers. His and Naruto's weights were in the form of resistance seals, which were incredibly useful. Apparently their 50-50 record had not humbled him in the slightest. Irika frowned at the class. None of them were truly paying attention, save Sakura and Hinata. They were too excited about tomorrow, when the genin exams took place. He knew this would happen, and honestly he could not get angry at them. He had done the same thing after all. With that, Irika just let class end early today. After all, no point in teaching them, plus they got out early today anyway, so it truly did not matter. The other classes would be getting out soon too. As the class walked out, he saw Naruto and Sasuke glaring at each other, and they were surrounded by girls. While he could tell the majority were fangirls, he also saw Sakura and Hinata in there trying to defuse the upcoming fight. With that in sight, Irika walked up to the brewing fight. Is there a problem here? He asked in a stern voice. Sasuke replied with his usual, "Chen." Naruto actually answered, "Yes, team thinks that he can beat me in a fight and just asked me to a full-on fight. Too bad he doesn't know he's gonna lose, and I'm gonna make my wins one higher." Ino screeched out a, "No way, Naruto baka," and was soon chorused by the rest of Sasuke's fangirls. Irika was just about to speak when he saw a grin come to Naruto's face, the prankster grin. It was well known around Konoha that Naruto was a prankster in heart and soul and loved pranking people. Luckily, the Hyugas did not know who sold their underclothes out to the public with their names on it, or else Naruto would have been 6 feet underground already. "Oh yeah, I'm sorry for insulting the great Sasuke, Ino. You know, he said that he wants to go on a date with you sometime." With that, Naruto grabbed Hinata and ran as Ino blushed madly and gave Sasuke a massive glomp. Really, Sasuke-kun? Oh, I've been waiting for this. I have everything set up. Her speech was cut off by the rest of the fangirls realizing what was said and starting to fight over Sasuke, who was thinking one thing. Damn you, Naruto. Triple X. Naruto sighed as he walked down the village. It was night and he had had a boring day. Nothing truly interesting had happened, except for his prank on Sasuke. He would regret that soon. However, the day was still boring even considering that. His training with Hinata went great as per usual and she managed to shut down a couple of his tenketsu. Things would be interesting tomorrow, and that was more than likely killing his good vibe. With that, he continued to walk around the village before coming upon something he was not expecting. It was Sasuke. The ever-brooding Uchiha was walking down the streets with that same superior look he usually had. However, only a person like Sasuke, who had lost everything they cared about deeply, or Naruto, someone who had faced the harsh realities of life, would ever see the sadness that deep in Sasuke's eyes. It was very well hidden, so much that Naruto doubted that even Iruka had noticed Sasuke's sadness. He was willing to bet that very few had, and those few, if he knew their names, which he thought he did, he could count on one hand. Team, you look down. Some fangirls rape you today. Sasuke looked up and saw Naruto standing in front of him, his prankster smile on his face. Sasuke growled. They might have if I didn't know Kawarimi, body replacement technique. As for you, you set them on me. Sasuke drew a pair of kunai and growled, however Naruto's grin only widened. I'm afraid your so-called cool persona did that. But you know if you want me to get them I can. I'm pretty sure Ino or Sakura's house is right dash. Sakura's not a fangirl anymore, Naruto. I've helped her train when she helped me a bit on my chakra control. As for you, Sasuke stopped. Naruto was cut off as Sasuke tried to jam a kunai into his foot. Not a lethal blow, just enough to make Naruto stop talking. I swear to Kami if you do that I will shove your face so far up your ass you'll be shitting from your mouth for years. Oh, big bad Sasuke thinks he's so scary, Naruto instigated. HN was Sasuke's only reply. Sasuke growled and threw his kunai, which Naruto blocked by throwing a shuriken at it. The two charged each other both with a fist raised. Sasuke let his fly towards Naruto's head. However, Naruto's punch was a fake and he caught Sasuke's fist and sent a front kick towards Sasuke's groin. Sasuke looked shocked for a moment before he jumped in the air, avoiding the kick as Naruto stopped it so he did not hyperextend his knee, and slammed his feet down on Naruto's foot, making the blonde-haired shinobi-to-be lose his balance and fall to the ground. Sasuke tried to punch Naruto's head. However, the blonde turned his head to the side before he slipped his legs under Sasuke's armpits and pushed, sending the Uchiha flying off of him. Sasuke landed a good distance away, but as soon as he landed, Naruto was already charging. Naruto's legs tensed before he jumped in the air and attempted a flying side kick. However, Sasuke rolled away just in time before going through hand signs. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A massive fireball sprang from Sasuke's mouth towards Naruto, heating up the area. Naruto frowned. Yeah, that's not good, Naruto thought as he flew through his own hand seals. Suetun, Tepidama, Water Release, Gunshot. Naruto opened his mouth and out sprang a liquid bullet that slammed into Sasuke's fireball, extinguishing it and causing a cloak of steam to descend over the area. Sasuke tensed and kept his eyes wandering, never keeping them in one place too long, in a mad search to find Naruto. However, Sasuke did not look behind him, and Naruto was behind him. Peek-a-boo asshole. Naruto slammed his foot into Sasuke's back, causing him to fall. However, Sasuke turned on his fall and grabbed Naruto's foot, slamming into the ground next to him. As the cloak of steam arose, the two arose before landing a punch square in the other's faces, sending both of them stumbling backwards. XXXXXXXXXXX. The Umbu had already been sent to see who was sending out such high chakra signatures at such a late time and were surprised when they came upon two boys who were not even genin. It was rather interesting to see genin shoot off jutsu that they should not be capable of doing yet. My money is on the Uchiha. Anybody want to go against me? One Umbu member asked. I do, said a man. The Anko member turned at a near invisible speed, lashing out at the man with a kunai. However, his attack was halted when his wrist was grabbed, by none other than Kakashi. Whoa there, Fox, calm down, Kakashi said in his usual bored tone. Fox, the Umbu member, growled at Kakashi. Don't sneak up on me, senpai. It's annoying. Kakashi, I smiled. Right? But just so you know, it's gonna be a tie. I taught them myself for nearly a year. Doubt it. The Uchiha will win. XXXXXXXXXXX. As soon as Kakashi said that, Naruto decided it was time to let loose. Sorry about this, Sasuke, but I'm gonna hit you with everything I've got. Futon. Kuki no Yuzu. Wind release. Air vortex. Humph. Then so will I. Ketan. Kita no Jutsu. Fire release. Aerial explosion technique. Sasuke jumped high into the air and released undetectable flammable gas in the air to counteract the Kuki no Yuzu. Naruto slammed his hands on his stomach, and from his mouth came a giant spiraling ball of air. It was launched towards Sasuke and grew in size as it came towards him. Sasuke frowned when he got a good look at it. It was now larger than he was, and he doubted he had a strong enough Ketan Jutsu to beat it besides his current Jutsu, or strong enough to absorb it. So the Uchiha generated lightning chakra in his hand to ignite the flammable gas, creating a massive flame to counter Naruto's jutsu. The flame grew even more intense due to the wind in Naruto's jutsu. Shit, thought Naruto as his jutsu was effectively countered by a deadly Ketan jutsu.
Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Sadou clone technique. Punto.
20 Narutos appeared around the original and charged towards Sasuke, while the original used a Kawarimi to escape. Sasuke saw the clones Naruto had produced and was a little shocked. It seemed the dobe had much more chakra than what normal people his age should have. Granted, he had more chakra than everybody in his class bar Naruto. He didn't have nearly as much as Naruto possessed. The Uchiha estimated that he had enough chakra for 3 more decent jutsu before he would have to push his body to the limit. Raton, Raikyu. A ball of electric chakra formed into Sasuke's right palm. The Uchiha pumped more chakra into it, then he cocked his arm back to give him leverage when he throws his jutsu. Finally, the raven let his jutsu fly. The clones were annihilated on the spot from the jutsu whilst Naruto charged through the smoke to engage Sasuke in a taijutsu battle. The Uchiha charged back at his rival with ferocity. The two hit each other with a swift but powerful fist square in the face. The duo rolled over on the ground, glaring at each other with intensity. You know, Sasuke, I don't get you. Naruto began as he stood up completely. You have everything you could ever want in this village. A nice house, money, girls throwing themselves at you. Everyone basically worshipping you. Yet you always refuse them. I could understand it if you accepted them all and acted like a stuck-up asshole, which you do act like, by the way, but you always refuse everyone. Why? Sasuke growled. None of your business. You best damn believe it's my business. If we're on the same team, I won't be able to cooperate with you as you always want to do things by yourself. I understand that at certain times you need to do things by yourself, but unless you explain it to me, I can't really help you now, can I? Sasuke had a shocked, yet still defiant, expression on his face. He had not expected someone to care about him so much, unless of course they were his fangirls, but he knew for a fact Naruto was not one of them. It was strange, yet comforting. However, he had no right to try and force it out of him. Who did he think he was? He had never lost his entire clan before and be forced to relive that over and over, forced to by none other than your own brother. Who did he think he was? You have no right to order me around. Sasuke roared. However, Naruto grabbed Sasuke's shirt and lifted him into the air. But his hands fell to his sides when Sasuke slammed both of his arms on them and forced us down. You have no idea what I've been through. You don't know what it's like to lose everyone. Everyone you hold precious to you be ripped away from your idol in one night. You've never been forced to relive that through a genjutsu for 72 hellish hours. You can't help me. Naruto was shocked at the revelation. It's true. I have no idea what it's like. I've never had anyone from the beginning. However, we've always been enemies. But you know something, Sasuke, I've always wanted to be friends with you. Ever since that day I saw you sitting alone on that pier, I realized you were like me. You were alone and sad, covered in grief. I wanted to befriend you so we could support each other. Yet you always rebuked me and told me I was incapable of doing anything. Just accept me for who I am. Why should I even bother being friends with you? You're weak, Sasuke hollered. So a weak person just went blow with you in combat. What does that say about you? Naruto teased. He couldn't resist it. Sasuke growled and slammed his fist in his palm. You wanna for round 2? As long as you don't mind losing this time, Naruto hissed. Sasuke was about to punch Naruto until his hand shot out for a handshake. But as friends this time, okay? Sasuke looked at Naruto's hand before looking back up at Naruto. Did this guy really want to be friends with him? A person who had looked down on him his entire life? The Uchiha barely knew Naruto, other than the fact he was in his class, a hard worker, alone like him and a great rival, not that he would ever admit it. Sasuke looked back at Naruto's hand. He had been rather bored lately. After all he did was train by himself or with Naruto and Kakashi. While that had its perks, he still did miss companionship. After all, his only friends were in the clan, and they were all dead. Plus, from his point of view, Itachi had killed his family for 3 reasons. 1, to test his power, 2, he always hated the family, and 3, to make Sasuke live out a life of loneliness. Therefore, why should Sasuke play by Itachi's rules? Itachi would not play by his. He would also have more allies to take down Itachi when the time was necessary, and by that he meant deal with the grunts. Sasuke shook hands with Naruto. He would no longer live in Itachi's shadow. Fine. And with that, their second fight began anew. XXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto groaned as he awoke from his very long nap. He had gone to the academy early, as he was too excited to wait, and fell asleep while he was there. As he awoke, he saw Hinata sitting next to him, as well as Sasuke sitting to his side, glaring at all of the fangirls that were swarming the desk. It seemed he was still sore from his bout with Sasuke, though most of his cuts and bruises were already healed. I thought you wouldn't want to let everyone know we're friends team, Naruto commented. It was the only seat that didn't have another one open next to it. Sasuke responded. Sure, Naruto said. However, the dreaded fangirls had heard Naruto's earlier comment and processed it by now. What do you mean friends, Naruto Baka? Sasuke smirked. Good luck, Dobe. What do you my god? Sasuke's fangirls had literally dragged Naruto away by the hair to berate him with questions about how he became friends with their Sasuke-kun and how they could, also including the common insult on how he could never become friends with someone of Sasuke's status. They began to ignore everything he said afterwards, not believing a loser and orphan could ever become friends with someone as prestigious as an Uchiha. They did not know they were giving up on free advice, as Naruto would have been more than happy to tell them, if only to make Sasuke's life horrid. Naruto walked back over to his seat only to see the fangirls fighting over it, with Sasuke and Hinata looking absolutely annoyed at the entire thing, although Hinata tried to conceal hers. Naruto sighed and easily got away from the girls and sat in his seat. However, they noticed this and glared at him. What are you doing, Naruto Baka? They began to hiss. However, the loudest one was Ino. I'm sitting in my seat, Naruto mumbled tiredly. And who says you get to sit next to Sasuke? Ino screeched, making all of the boys hold their ears. Ino cocked her fist back and threw a punch at Naruto. However, her fist was caught by a pink figure. Leave Naruto and Sasuke-kun alone, Sakura spoke up. What are you doing, billboard brow? Ino asked, trying to break away from Sakura's iron grip. I've realized that punching Naruto won't solve anything. He just sat in his seat, no need to beat him just for doing that. Leave Sasuke-kun alone, he doesn't want to be bothered with fangirls. I learned that months ago. Ino was released from Sakura's grip and heeded her words. Thanks, Sakura-chan. The pinkette promptly nodded when unexpected props came from an unexpected person. Humph. Thanks, Sakura, Sasuke said casually. This got the pinkette to blush a bit before going back to normal. It was nothing much. It was at that moment that Irika walked in, ironically. Everyone sit down, he said in his usual stern voice. The fangirls gave one more scathing glare at Naruto before finding a seat, obviously as close as they could get to Sasuke. With that done, Irika looked at the nearby Mizuki, who nodded. Irika nodded back and waved his hand upwards. The entire class stood and walked out the door to the training grounds. Okay, first off, it's the kunai and shuriken throwing part of the exam. You will have 5 of each in your hand and must hit your targets, scoring at least a 6 or above to pass this part of the exam. As everyone went, Naruto became even more disappointed in the fangirls' performance. Every girl, save Hinata and Sakura, got a 4 or lower, and Naruto was pretty sure the 4s were just luck. Hinata scored an 8, completely blowing all of them out of the water, bar Sakura, whom had scored a 7, especially considering the fact that Hyugas were usually taijutsu-orientated fighters and did not fight at long range. It was then the boys' turn. This was much better as Shino scored 9, Kiba scored 8, Shikamaru, being lazy, only scored 6, enough to pass although Naruto knew he could have done better. Chuji scored a 7. However, that was when all the decent or exceptional in Shino's case scores ended. Sasuke went up, and as expected, his fangirls cheered for him. When he was given the kunai and shuriken, he threw them all simultaneously, each landing with a bullseye. Nicely done, Sasuke. Perfect score, Irika said. Lastly, Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke walked away smirking all the while he fangirls fawned over him. However, when he passed Naruto, he said one thing.
Dobe.
Team. Irika handed Naruto his kunai and shuriken. However, instead of the usual standing in place and throwing them, Naruto ran in a circle, so he got dizzy before throwing them at the wooden post. He scored a 8. Haha. Naruto Baka can't beat my Sasuke Keiun. Ino roared, forcing everyone to cover their ears at the sound of the shrill voice of a banshee. She has a slight point, Naruto. You could have scored a 10, why didn't you? Irika asked. Because, in combat we won't have the luxury of our enemies standing still. Therefore I made myself dizzy to counteract this effect, Naruto said. Sasuke growled at Naruto. However, what he said made sense. He should have thought of that. He was an Uchiha after all. Irika nodded. It made sense and was quite true. Still, the old Naruto would not have thought of this and only threw the kunai and shuriken, matching Sasuke. He wondered who'd helped the boy mature or train. Okay, next up, the written exam. They walked back into the academy and sat down, Sasuke sitting next to Naruto, who sat next to Hinata. As the exam was passed out, Sasuke looked fine, as did Hinata. However, Naruto looked dead.
And Naruto-kun.
Naruto looked over at Hinata, looking at her timidly. Why you can you use my answers if you want? She offered. Sasuke and Naruto both looked at her, surprised, although for different reasons. Sasuke because this girl was willingly offering Naruto a way to breeze past all of the questions, as Hinata was one, if not the smartest, not counting Sakura, girl in the class. However, he then became aware of Hinata's crush on Naruto. Naruto, on the other hand, was surprised because Hinata was willing to sacrifice her own clan's honor, if she got caught, and her only purity to help him out. It was sweet of her. Thank you, Hina-chan, but I can't do that. It's too much to ask. Hinata nodded but looked away sadly. Naruto noticed this and felt a strange sadness overtake him as he noticed her sad. For some reason he hated seeing her like that even more than he usually did. He gave her a side hug. Truly thank you, Hina-chan. You're a great friend. Hinata began to blush madly and think the same lines over and over again in her head, all along the lines of, Naruto-kun is hugging me. Do not faint. Do not faint. She managed to stay conscious and subconsciously scooted closer to Naruto, although he did not notice. Naruto removed his arm and started the test. As soon as he saw the first question, his head hit the table. He knew he would fail this right off the bat. XXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto was surprised as he turned his test in, and the class finally sighed. He had taken 3 hours alone to complete that test, while the rest of the class finished it within an hour. But Naruto was Naruto, and while he was middle of the pack in terms of brains, he still hated studying, and because of that he did not study during his late night yesterday, resulting in a brain fart which resulted in him freaking out. However, he was positive he managed to scrape by, if only barely. However, now was the final part of the test, the jutsu portion. Naruto watched as many people went into a nearby room, some coming back with headbands, and some coming back with sadness all over their faces. "You're going to fail Dobe," Sasuke whispered while smirking. "In your dreams," Naruto responded. Sasuke just smirked before going back to his usual brooding attitude. Naruto frowned at that but then shrugged. It would take time, he was actually opening up faster than Naruto thought he would. It took a while, but Sasuke's name was finally called, and after a couple of minutes he came back with a headband, followed by Hinata, who did the same thing. Naruto's name was called afterward. "Gee, good luck, Naruto-kun," Hinata said. Naruto began walking down the steps and gave Hinata a thumbs up. "Thanks, Hina-chan." With that, Naruto walked into the nearby room. He stood in front of Irika and Mizuki, both of which looked at him sternly. "Perform a kawarimi, body replacement technique, Naruto," Irika said. Naruto did so and switched places with Irika. Irika nodded and switched places with Naruto before looking at him again.
Ange, transformation technique, point.
Naruto transformed into the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Once Irika nodded, Naruto let the jutsu dispel, returning him to his normal form, enough time to prepare for the one thing Naruto knew would be on the test and something he was dreading. And finally do a Bunshin, clone technique. Naruto decided to do the Kage Bunshin instead of the regular one to pass. A perfect replica of Naruto appeared beside him. "Well, albeit barely on the written portion, you passed the genin exam with an average of 90 out of the maximum 100 you could have gotten. Great job, Naruto," Irika congratulated. Naruto smiled as Irika handed him his headband. It had light blue cloth with the metal plate with the Konoha leaf symbol in the center of the metal plate. Naruto smiled and tied it around his forehead. Naruto walked outside proudly, surprising everyone. They were honestly not expecting him to pass, save Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Chuji. However, as the last people came in and out, they had no time to wonder how Naruto passed, as they had to go and take their own tests, some coming back with sadness all over their faces. Naruto sighed as Irika came out, absolutely pleased with the outcome of the test. With that, we will announce the Rookie of the Year, who is Sasuke Uchiha, with a close runner-up being Naruto Uzumaki. The entire fanbase of Sasuke cheered, celebrating his victory over Naruto. However, the boys were impressed. Naruto had climbed the ladder up to Sasuke's level fairly quickly. They wondered what was next from him. "And with that, you guys are dismissed. Congratulations." The class began to filter out of the classroom until Mizuki walked up to Naruto and led him away. "Naruto, I have some information for you." "What is it, Mizuki-sensei?" "Do you want to learn how to make better Bunshin, clone technique, ones that you could use effectively?" Naruto looked bored. Chapter 3, Real Genin Exam. "I know that already, that's how I passed the exam," Naruto stated. Mizuki continued to smile, though he cursed himself mentally. "There are more jutsus on there though," Mizuki tried to goad. "Really?" Naruto questioned. That was to say, Mizuki's anger was justified, of course, which it was not. In fact, while his anger was not justified, almost the entire village of Konohagakure felt the same way. They all hated Naruto, all for something that was in no way his fault, but they thought he was the reincarnation of it. That was not to say their fear was not justified, if only slightly. After hearing the stories of what happened when people like Naruto lost control, it was only right of them to fear him at least. A person who did not was strange indeed. Yes, however, the technique is heavily guarded. Too heavily guarded for anyone without your exceptional skills to reach. It's in a scroll in the Hokage Tower. I'll meet you outside the village at night time to see how you're doing. Once you're done learning, it will return the scroll and continue to practice it. Naruto paused. Sure, he was a sucker for a new technique, but something about this did not seem right to him. Call it a fledgling danger sense if you would, but something was fishy here. After all, why would you need to guard a jutsu that should be open to shinobi? More so, why could only Naruto, a preteen who was not even on par with many chunin, be the only person to get the scroll without getting caught? It made no sense. Originally Naruto would have jumped at the chance, however Kakashi and Anko had literally beat, one lesson into him in particular over the last year more than any other. If something seems suspicious, don't trust it. In the end, Naruto's love for jutsu won out. Okay, sensei, I'll get the scroll and learn a jutsu. But what happens if I get caught? That's the best part. Nobody will believe what you have to say. They'll believe me. Then you'll get executed for treason. Not even the Hokage will be able to stop it. The shinobi side of the council will overrule him if they recognize that the boy has no use as a Jinchuriki. Even if you do somehow manage to get the scroll, I'll kill you in the forest. Mizuki thought darkly. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen to you. It'll all end up fine, Mizuki said. Naruto nodded and jogged off after the conversation had ended, leaving with a, "See you later then, Mizuki-sensei." Naruto walked up to Kakashi smiling and pointing to his headband. Look here, Kakashi-sensei. I'm a ninja now. Kakashi looked over at the boy, smiling once they saw the forehead protector on his, forehead. Congratulations, Gaki. You're a ninja now, meaning that your training will get intensified. And I assume Sasuke's a ninja as well. Naruto looked at Kakashi as he were an idiot. Of course he is. Naruto, I may not be able to train you anymore due to the council wanting me to train the Uchiha alone without any distractions. Hopefully I end up being your Jonin sensei, but that may not happen. Naruto frowned at that. To him, it just sounded like more of the Uchiha special treatment Sasuke was always getting. It frustrated him to no end. The fact that somebody like Sasuke could get everything he wanted without having to move a muscle, all because of his damn bloodline and the fact he was the last of his clan. If this clan was so great and powerful, why was Sasuke the last one of them anyway? How did one Uchiha alone take out such a great clan? That alone made Naruto think that Sasuke didn't deserve all the special attention he was getting. I see, sensei. So my new sensei is the only one who will be training me from here on out, huh? Naruto mumbled, looking at the ground, his golden bangs hiding his eyes. Don't worry, Naruto. I'll still be able to stop by sometimes and train you. I won't be disappearing completely. Plus, I do have some say on what genin I get to raise, and while I technically only have 2 spots of people I can choose from, you should know for a fact that one of those spots belongs to you, so I may be able to train you. Naruto perked up at that. Does that mean you can keep training me, sensei? Yes, Naruto, yes it does. Sasuke groaned as he fired off another Keton Jutsu. Those were exceedingly taxing on his reserves, but it mattered not. After all, he was an Uchiha. They were born to be on top, with no one having the power, nor the courage, to oppose them. While he appreciated his newfound friendship he found in Naruto, his training came first and foremost. He should probably go to Kakashi for more additional training. With that in mind, he kept up his training, starting his Uchiha-specific style of taijutsu. He bobbed and weaved, pretending there was an opponent before unleashing a barrage of hits. He had to keep getting stronger and more powerful. Katon, Hausenka, Fire Release, Mythical Phoenix Flower Jutsu. To eventually kill his brother. Tenten sighed as her sensei, Might Guy, continued to push them even harder than usual. While Tenten would admit her sensei was nothing short of powerful, he was also rather eccentric was the nicest word she could use to describe him. In fact, he had infected one of her teammates with his strangeness. Only her and Niji Hyuga, who she had to admit looked very attractive but was a total asshole, were the normal ones in their squad. In fact, Guy was there now, doing 300 laps around their training field on one hand. It was nothing short of insane. Still, it did help him physically and she assumed mentally. He was too absorbed in his so-called youth to get an accurate reading on it. Guy was tall and well-built with high cheekbones, unnaturally thick eyebrows, and had black hair and cut in a bowl style. He wore a hideous green jumpsuit, with orange striped leg warmers and the standard Konoha flak jacket, though it was unzipped. His forehead protector, which should have been on his forehead, was tied around his waist with a red cloth, like a belt. However, that was not the end of her nightmares. No, his mini-clone was also there, doing the same style of training as the sensei. It was Rock Lee, a boy who was supposed to have been a dead last who is now undoubtedly stronger than the majority of their graduating class as of now. Guy's training allowed him to bloom into a taijutsu specialist ninja, much like Niji. However, if there was anything Tenten disliked about Lee, it was who he looked up to. It was Guy. Lee possessed the same unnaturally thick eyebrows Guy had, and large, rounded black eyes with prominent eyelashes. His hair was cut in the same bowl-cut style as Guy, and he wore the same attire, the green jumpsuit, orange leg warmers, red forehead protector worn as a belt, everything. The only difference was the bandages he wore around his hands and wrists. Tenten sighed as she began running her laps. "I wonder what Naruto's doing," she mumbled as she remembered her run-in with him a year ago at a weapons shop. Hinata dodged another strike from her younger sister Hanabi before moving in for the kill. She lashed out at Hanabi, barely managing to hit her chest before following up with 3 palm strikes that stopped Hanabi's arm movement. As Hayashi called the match and walked up to his daughters along with the Hyuga elder, he smiled. His daughters were growing strong. However, that also meant that they would have to fight for the position of clan head soon. That was something he did not want happening too soon. The weakest one would be branded on put into the branch family, despite their near royal blood. It would be a sad day when that happened. However, until then Hayashi would train his daughters to become powerful ninja, for the Hyuga's sake, not for the village. Naruto hopped outside the village gates with the massive scroll in hand. It was rather easy to steal the scroll from the Umbu, which was surprising. Maybe they thought nobody would try to and their guard was down, or they were preoccupied with something. Or, in the worst-case scenario, they had caught Naruto and asked the Sarutobi what they should do, which would most definitely in Naruto getting a stern talking to in the least. Naruto ignored these thoughts, however. As he jumped down from the rock he was on and looked over at the nearby forest, he smiled at the possibilities. Naruto sprinted off into the forest, showing good chakra control by using small bursts of it, minuscule so the Umbu or any other ninja nearby would not notice, to get far into the forest. Once he had reached a good distance away, he sat down and opened the scroll. What he found was beyond his expectations. The Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique, was the first jutsu he found. It was the exact same jutsu he used on the genin exam. All in all, Naruto thought it would be a very useful jutsu, plus it was B-ranked, which was the highest rank jutsu he would know. He also read that it was a kenjutsu, meaning it was a forbidden jutsu, although it seemed to be only because of its high chakra cost. That mattered not though. After all, Naruto's chakra reserves was abnormally high, higher than even the Sandame's, which meant it was the highest in the village. He then read the different variations of the Kage Bunshin. He found a jutsu called Kaze Bunshin no Jutsu, Wind Clone Technique. The description is what caught his attention the most. Whoever the Bunshin comes in contact with, the opponent is cut in several various places. Considering how much chakra he possessed, it would be a very efficient jutsu for him. He quickly got to work on using them, forming the cross hand seal he had to make before gathering up chakra. The chakra formed quickly, a large burst of it. However, that also meant it was much harder to control. Kaze Bunshin no Jutsu, Wind Clone Technique. Naruto roared. 2 puffs of smoke appeared next to him, and when they cleared 2 more Narutos were there grinning. Success! The 3 cheered. Congratulations, Naruto, Mizuki said. Naruto looked up at his supposed caring sensei, smiling at him gleefully. Hey Mizuki-sensei, thanks for the tip on the jutsu, it's awesome. Now I can create another variation of the bunshin without anyone being able to ridicule me. It's thanks to you that I'll be able to be a capable ninja. Mizuki smiled. Really now? Then I have something to ask of you, Naruto. What is it, Mizuki-sensei? Naruto asked. Mizuki walked into the moonlight, removing the giant Fuma shuriken from his back and beginning to spin it wickedly. Naruto frowned at the sight. He now knew the answer Mizuki would give. D. The entire village of Kanehagakure was up in arms. Somebody had stolen the scroll of seals right under the Umbu's noses. It was absurd. The Umbu were supposed to be the best of the best, the guardians and assaulters of death that kept the village safe. How on earth did somebody manage to steal a scroll that was filled to the brim with kinjutsu and powerful ninjutsu that was so heavily guarded? It made no sense. No one but an extremely high-level shinobi should have been able to do it, keyword should. Still, the village had sent shinobi in every direction to search for the scroll. It was a massive hunt, and the Umbu who failed at guarding the scroll were searching even more furiously than the others. That was a given though, after all they would most likely be executed for their blunder, if it was an enemy shinobi, which was what it was thought to be. If it wasn't, they would most likely just be severely punished and put under surveillance for a while, obviously the more preferable of the choices. Irika jumped through another tree branch as he checked the perimeter of the village. He hoped he found the perpetrator soon, if only to bring him to the so-called justice of the Leaf Village. After all, there was no true version of justice in the shinobi world. Everyone killed and everyone hated. It was the law of shinobi, kill or be killed. Naruto dodged another toss of a Fuma shuriken, albeit barely. He looked upwards before he jumped into the air using chakra to propel him higher, even if it didn't do much. However, he was soon met by a kunai-wielding Mizuki who lashed out at him with the kunai. Naruto scrambled in midair, blocking the slash with his hands, which began to bleed. As soon as they landed, Naruto shot backwards, followed closely by Mizuki who launched several shuriken at Naruto. However, Naruto drew a kunai quickly and deflected the shuriken. However, Naruto soon realized he was not near a high enough level to be taking on a trained chunin and was kicked in the side, sending him flying into a nearby tree. Mizuki-sensei, why? Naruto asked, however what he heard was not what he was expecting. Why? Mizuki mumbled. Did you just ask me why? You are a demon. Have you ever wondered why people looked at you with hatred? Why every year on October 10th? The day the Kyuubi no Yoko attacked you were assaulted and beaten? Why the Yondaime Hokage died mysteriously on the same day you were born? It's simple. You are the Kyuubi no Yoko. You are the nine-tailed fox. But I don't care about that. No, I care only about power, and what better way to get power than to steal it from under your so-called leader's nose. You were just a scapegoat, and a scapegoat that happened to be hated, so no one would care about your death. Naruto stood frozen at that. He did not care about what Mizuki said about power, but he did care about the beginning and ending of his little speech. He was the Kyuubi no Yoko in human form? No, that was impossible. In the history books it said that the Yondaime Hokage defeated and killed the fox. It was impossible for him to be it. Then again, he had also read that it was impossible to kill a Bijou, and that was why they had survived so long terrorizing humanity. He didn't know which one to believe. However, if that did explain one thing, it was why the people of the village glared at him with such disdain. They thought he was the reincarnation of the Kyuubi, plain and simple. They hated him, despised him. They wanted his blood split. Naruto began to shake, hyperventilating. While he did not even realize it, Mizuki had slowly but surely broke down Naruto's mental barriers he had created with one short speech. No one caring for him, not caring whether or not he existed, people thinking he was nothing short of a demon that deserved death. It was too much for a boy his age to take. Now die, nine-tailed fox. Mizuki roared, throwing his final Fuma shuriken at Naruto's head. Naruto was paralyzed, unable to move. His body wasn't functioning. It wasn't moving when he commanded it to. It just stood there, too deep in shock to do anything. That was until his hands suddenly began flowing, without him even noticing it. He finished his hand seals and slammed his palm on the air in front of him. Fuinjutsu, Yoyu Tetsu no Shiru, Sealing Technique, Seal of Melting Iron. Naruto removed his hand and formed the seal for the Kage Bunshin, Shadow Clone, just as the Fuma shuriken made contact with the seal that was floating in midair. The seal was not his, in fact it was a seal made by the author of the first sealing book he had read, Jiraiya. However, that did not mean it was not a powerful seal. No, it was powerful indeed. As soon as the shuriken made contact with the seal, it burst into flames. By the time it had moved past the seal, it was just melted iron, as prophesied by the name. A massive amount of clones appeared around Naruto, around 30 in all. They all charged, including Naruto. They began to fire off a hail of kunai and shuriken as they neared Mizuki. However, the Chunin avoided them all quite easily, as they still had the accuracy of a genin. Mizuki ducked under a wild swing from a clone before getting hit in the back by two more. It wasn't that he wasn't capable of avoiding Naruto's hits, they weren't up to his skill level, but there were too many. A large amount of numbers could overwhelm even the most powerful of opponents, or opponents that outmatched you. Mizuki ducked under another clone's punch before pulling out two kunai, one per hand, and spinning like a top. Instantly the closet Naruto clones were destroyed, vanishing in a puff of smoke and swirling death. Naruto, who was hiding in the bushes and did not even see what Mizuki was doing, was suddenly bombarded with a headache and cried out in pain. He had gotten a splitting headache, for a reason he did not know. He began to think on it. I don't have a medical disease. I've never had any of those, strangely. I don't have any mental problems, so why would I get a headache now of all times? Plus, why did that headache come with memories of what Mizuki was doing even though I can't see him? Do the clones send memories back to the user? No, that's impossible. Isn't it? However, Naruto thought about it too long, plus his cry directed Mizuki to his location, and was nearly hit with a barrage of kunai and shuriken to the head. He ducked under it. However, it did take off a few stray locks of hair. He jumped into the heavily cloaked bushes, now fully prepared to fight back against Mizuki, to save his life. Naruto hid in the bushes as Mizuki landed, looking around. You could see that he was angry just by the way he was furiously glancing around. He had the eyes of a madman, an enraged madman. That was something Naruto had seen before, which made him realize that this was not the time to joke around and let the enemy do what he wanted. Mizuki began to fly through and seals before ending on the tiger seal, clear signs for a Katan jutsu. Naruto's eyes shot up at that. He couldn't let him finish that jutsu, or else Konoha would flock to this spot in an attempt to find out what was going on, meaning that Naruto would get caught, and that was considering they didn't find the chakra blasts they were sending out already. Time to die, nine-tailed dash. A kunai and shuriken being thrown from two trees made Mizuki stop his jutsu to dodge before he smiled cruelly. Dumbass. Mizuki gathered his chakra up again before two Narutos snuck up behind him and latched onto his arms, preventing him from forming any more hand seals. The hell? Mizuki roared. However, as three more clones charged in from the sidelines and landed punches, Mizuki forgot about how this was happening. He only knew that he was going to kill Naruto, slowly and painfully. The second clone punched Mizuki in the face, or at least the clone thought so. In reality, he found himself actually punching another clone, which dispersed in a burst of smoke. Mizuki had switched places with it using Kawarimi, body replacement technique, appearing next to the clone with two kunai in either hand that he used to kill every clone near him. It was smart, and something Naruto was not expecting, however he was slightly prepared now. Naruto flew through hand seals, knowing that as he gathered this much chakra people would take notice of him. However, he would rather people take notice of him than get killed. He couldn't keep up with Mizuki that much longer after all. He was getting tired, and fighting someone who was way above his level was not a pleasurable experience. Naruto slammed his hands on a nearby tree to do hand signs and whispered, "Futon. Kuki no Yuzu, wind release, air vortex." Mizuki appeared before Naruto just as the blonde released one of his prized jutsus. The air blew Mizuki back with surprising force, and it forced the Chunin to do a kawarimi. The blonde put his hands together in a seal that resembles that of a bunshin's. Kaze bunshin no jutsu, wind clone technique. 50 wind clones surrounded Naruto and charged Mizuki. The Chunin hit one of the clones with a kick and was surprised to see that hitting the clone left a few cuts on his knee. Blood started to draw from the wound, and the other clones used that as an advantage. The other 49 remaining clones pounced on Mizuki, all dispersing when they made contact. When all of the clones were dispersed, Mizuki was covered in cuts and bruises from the slicing of the winds. I did it," Naruto said, stumbling over his own words. The blonde fell to the ground in exhaustion. The bout with Mizuki was exhilarating. Irika then showed up with surprise written all over his face. "Naruto, why would you steal a forbidden scroll? Do you know how much trouble you could be in when you return?" Irika lectured. "I was tricked," Naruto started, catching Irika's eye. "Mizuki told me to take the scroll, so I could learn some new jutsu. It seems you've defeated Mizuki on your own. Good job. I'm very proud of you. Leave the scroll for the Anbu to collect when they get here in a minute." Naruto nodded at Irika's words and followed his academy sensei back to the village. Naruto walked out of the Hokage's office quite tired. He had barely gotten any sleep last night, after the event with Mizuki. After explaining what happened to the Sandaime, he went straight to bed after Sarutobi warned Naruto to never steal the Scroll of Seals again. Apparently the council had tried to get him executed for doing so, and Hiruzen had barely been able to save him. The Hokage called him back up to talk to Ibiki, who had some questions for him the very next day. Naruto shivered as Ibiki tried to get information from him, despite the fact that what he did could be called child abuse. Even though Naruto had already met the head of the Intelligence and Torture Division of Konohagakure, he was still terrified of him. Even more so, he loved to prank him. Naruto gave the man one thing though: he was loyal to the village, if his treatment was anything to go by. He was worse than Anko had been when she helped train from time to time, which was saying a lot. Naruto sighed as he walked through the streets. It was the day of graduation and people were still glaring at him. However, soon he would be a ninja and there would be no point in him dealing with them. After all, if they didn't want to accept him as a part of this village, then he wouldn't accept them as a part of his life. He sighed as two grown men walked up in front of him, both with wooden clubs in their hands and malicious intent in their eyes. "Well, look at this Fruto, the little demon out here all alone. Naruto, what luck we have. It's time for his daily beating." "Wait, Fruto, we shouldn't do that. After all, he's about to find out who has owned his ninja team. I mean, look at that headband, he is a ninja now." The two men smiled and raised their clubs. "Too bad we don't care." They swung the clubs down with a lot of force behind the attacks. However, Naruto channeled chakra into his arms and stopped the two clubs with his hands. "You two are annoying," Naruto said before disappearing. He reappeared behind them, hands reaching into his kunai pouch. From it he produced nothing, severely shocking the two grown men, who then began to growl. They thought he was making fun of them. However, in all honesty, Naruto was just so tired he forgot his kunai and shuriken. "Ugh! Now I have to beat them up personally," Naruto thought before knocking the clubs out of their hands with a quick palm strike to their pressure points. The man growled and charged, throwing wild punches. However, Naruto dodged each and every one of them. Compared to Kakashi and Sasuke, those punches were moving at the speed of a snail, at least to Naruto's perception. The blonde decided to end it then and there, as he was attracting a crowd. He grabbed Fruto's arm before slamming his knee into the man's gut. As the man held his stomach in pain, Naruto jumped into the air and did a tornado kick right to his temple, knocking him out and throwing him to the ground. Ruto growled before charging Naruto with intent to kill. However, Naruto ducked her under the swing before making hand seals. Naruto slammed his palm into Raz's gut harshly, nearly penetrating the man's skin. He tried to groan and shout out at the boy, but found he couldn't soon after. Raz realized that his body was paralyzed. Naruto looked at Raz. The seal will deactivate whenever I feel it necessary, when I let up the chakra I'm sending into it, or if I get knocked unconscious or sleep. Good luck with doing nothing until then. Oh, and by the way, it's hot outside, and if you get an itch, well, it's gonna be a dick. Naruto then walked away, still with that irritated and smug look on his face, along with his obvious sleepiness. He forgot to go get kunai and shuriken again. However, as he walked past the crowd that had come to watch the demon get slaughtered, and were surprised to see the demon brat had defeated 2 grown men right in front of their eyes, they all made a path for him, but it wasn't in respect, it was in fear. Naruto looked at the eyes of the people. They feared him now badly. If anything, him defending himself just made him even worse in the eyes of the civilians, and Naruto could even see some shinobi in there. Naruto sighed. There was no winning with these people. Naruto-kun, Hinata called. Naruto looked up at her and smiled as he entered the room. She was sitting next to Sasuke, which was surprising. He thought they weren't friends. However, he could tell Sasuke was thankful. Judging by the way every time he glanced towards the door, he inched closer to Hinata. He was probably worried about his fangirls ruining his life again. Naruto decided to be nice and sat on the other side of him. "Hey Hina-chan," Naruto said as he sat down. He then looked at Sasuke. "You know, if you want to make it less troublesome for you to protect yourself from your fangirls, just sit at the very edge of the rows. That way one person is all it takes to defend you, and even if they don't, that's only one fangirl you have to deal with." Sasuke scoffed. "Why would I run from them?" Naruto's sweat dropped. "Then why are you looking at the door in fear right now?" Sasuke hit Naruto on the head, causing Hinata to giggle. While the two had just become friends recently, they acted close, and personally Hinata hoped it remained that way. While she didn't really know Sasuke that much, she knew that he was a lot like Naruto. It was just the one choice that both of them made that made them so different. The choice whether or not to be boisterous, or the choice to be a loner. Of course, Sasuke was now reversing his choice a little, though not completely. The door to the room opened, Ino and the rest of Sasuke's horde of fangirls. "The cavalry arrives," Naruto murmured, his classic prankster grin coming to his face. However, Hinata glared at him sternly. "Naruto-kun, don't be mean to Sasuke-san. He doesn't deserve to have those FFF fangirls RR rape him." Sasuke snorted before looking the other way. Naruto's prankster grin still did not fade. Naruto was about to get out of his seat and move to a new one when Sasuke grabbed his arm, placing a kunai at his neck. "I swear to Kami, if you move from this spot, I will annihilate you." Naruto grumbled and sat down, although when he looked around the room he saw all of Sasuke's fangirls glaring at him. Apparently they weren't happy with his cowardice. Then again, it was either him or them, and in his mind he was not willing to give up his life for any of them, except perhaps Sakura. Sasuke smiled at that before he looked around the room along with Naruto. He was immediately freaked out. He felt like a lamb surrounded by starving, hungry wolves, and they were surrounding him. Fangirls like Itachi and Fugaku had said were the bane of every Uchiha's existence. Hinata looked at Naruto pointedly, who just smiled at her.
Naruto-kun.
"Come on Hina-chan, it was funny." Hinata just sighed with a light blush on her cheeks. She never could stay mad at him, no matter what he had done. All commotion ended when Irika walked into the room. "Okay kids, first off I would like to say," Naruto zoned Irika out at that, It was quite obvious that Irika was just spewing nonsense for his goodbye speech. Even Sasuke and Hinata knew it. However, Naruto had a more detailed reason. He knew that some of these students would be sent back to the academy or kicked from the shinobi program altogether. After all, they still had to go through the real genin exams. After Irika finished his speech and began talking about the teams, and at that time Naruto zoned back in, although he had missed the first couple of teams, also known as the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth teams. Team 7, Irika began, will be composed of Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno. Naruto slammed his head on the wooden table and threw his fist into the air, confusing everyone in the room, while Hinata just had a depressed look in her eyes. "What is it, Naruto?" Irika asked. "Well, the good things. I'm good, and begrudgingly so is Sasuke. Also, we have Sakura-chan on our team. Bad things. Hina-chan isn't on my team." Hinata smiled at that. It meant that Naruto wanted to be on the same team as her. Irika just sighed. "You can't win them all, Naruto. Oh yeah, your Jonin sensei is Kakashi Hatake." "Hells yeah." Sasuke just smirked. It seemed his Jonin sensei was his and Naruto's private sensei, Kakashi Hatake. Everyone again looked at Naruto. "Something to say, Naruto?" Irika asked, his eye twitching. Naruto shrunk into his seat. Irika just sighed in finality. "What's so special about this Hatake guy anyway, Naruto?" Sakura asked. Naruto looked at Sakura like he was crazy. "You haven't heard of him?" Sakura shook her head. Before Naruto could answer, Sasuke spoke up for him. "Well then, allow me to enlighten you. He's the top jonin in the village in every aspect except taijutsu, but there are some quirks to him. He's lazy, he doesn't get serious much, and he's often chronically late for some lame excuse." Sakura looked at Naruto and Sasuke with a questioning glance. "How do you two know all of this?" "He's our private sensei, but it looks like it won't be so private anymore now, will it?" Sakura smiled. It seemed she would be getting the same sensei that brought Naruto from a dope weaker than herself to a person in Sasuke's caliber. Though she had improved great deals since she ceased being a Sasuke fangirl, she was undoubtedly the weakest person of Team 7. Hopefully her new sensei could get her up to her teammates' level. Sakura just went back to paying attention to Irika at that point. Team 8, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga. Your Jonin sensei will be Kurenai Yuhi. While Kiba and Shino showed no reaction, Hinata just faintly smiled. She could see the logic in the team after observing the boys' skills earlier on. They would obviously be a tracker type of genin squad. Team 9 is still in action from last year, so moving on to Team 10. Its members are Shikamaru Nara, Chuji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. Your Jonin sensei is Asuma Sarutobi. Any questions? No one had any. Well then I will leave you until your Jonin senseis arrive. Irika walked to the door and opened it before giving the genin candidates one last thing. No matter what happens, know you have made me proud. And with that he shut the door. As the genin prospects began to talk, Sakura walked over to Naruto and Sasuke as Hinata left to go talk with her teammates. Sakura sat down where Hinata was sitting, right next to Sasuke, with an aura of superiority around her. "So does anyone want to go over area of weakness and strength, so we can properly function as a team?" Sakura asked. Sasuke smirked at the kunoichi's mental prowess. She had really improved from where she had been almost a year ago. If anything, she was intelligent, feisty, pretty now that she cut her hair, pretty strong. Sasuke was getting ahead of himself. "Great idea, Sakura-chan. My strengths are my chakra reserves, ninjutsu, taijutsu, speed, physical strength, and stamina. I'm mediocre when it comes to fuinjutsu. My weaknesses are jinjutsu, weapon accuracy, analytical skills, and perception, as I can't seem to spot too many traps," Naruto admitted. Sakura. My strengths are ninjutsu, taijutsu, speed, physical strength, weapon accuracy, and perception. I'm decent on genjutsu and my stamina, my chakra reserves are pretty good. I have mediocre analytical skills, and my weaknesses are of my arrogance and tendency to overuse my chakra, Uchiha Sasuke admitted. To think that Sasuke would admit his fallacies is astounding. My strengths are perception, analytical skills, chakra control, and genjutsu. I'm decent on ninjutsu, physical strength, weapon accuracy, and speed. Mediocre in taijutsu, and my weaknesses lie in chakra reserves and stamina. Sakura explained. Soon Jonin started filtering into the room, taking their genin. However, the only ones that looked noteworthy were Team 8's Jonin Sensei and Team 10's Jonin Sensei. Team 8's leader was Kurenai Yuhi. She was fairly tall and had light skin with a slender build. She had long, black, shoulder-length untamed hair and very unique eyes that were red with an additional ring in them. She wore makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow. She wore a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible, and her entire outfit would remind someone of rose thorns. Her hands and upper thighs were also wrapped in bandages, and she wore the Konoha forehead protector on her forehead with the standard blue shinobi sandals. Team 10's sensei was Asuma Sarutobi. He was tall, with brown eyes and short, black spiky hair, and a beard. He wore the standard Konoha ninja uniform with the sleeves rolled up halfway, the flak jacket, and regular shinobi sandals with the forehead protector on his forehead. Around his waist there was the 12 Guardian Ninja sash that had the kanji for fire marked on it, the sign of 12 ninja handpicked by the daimyo to guard him. Finally, he wore a pair of black bangles and bandages wrapped around the arms of his sleeves. Eventually, Team 7 was the last team in the room. Where is he? Sakura shouted loudly. Sasuke and Naruto covered their ears before looking at Sakura with slight annoyance. I told you, Sakura-chan, Kakashi-sensei is late for anything other than an A or S rank mission by at least 2 hours, Naruto said, but Sakura just ignored him. Whatever. Sasuke just groaned. She was overreacting, but she was also right. How could a Jonin that was supposed to be the best of the best be 2 hours late to everything other than A or S-ranked missions? It made no sense. It made Sasuke wonder how Kakashi even got his position as the best Jonin in the village. Their cries were answered soon after as a man walked into the room. Kakashi. Yo, Kakashi said. However, he was interrupted with a, "What the hell?" by Sakura. Needless to say, Kakashi just looked at her and yawned, not really caring what she said. Let's see. Other than Naruto and Sasuke, my first impression of you is, I hate you. Sasuke's eye twitched. It was the first thing he had said to him. Naruto smiled, and Sakura face planted. She stood preparing to yell at Kakashi, but she saw him walking out the door. Meet me on the roof of the academy as soon as possible, and by that I mean in 5 minutes, also known as 2 minutes. Go. Kakashi then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Cheeky bastard, Sasuke muttered under his breath as he stood and walked out the room, followed by Naruto and Sakura. As per Kakashi's promise, he was at the academy rooftop in 2 minutes, which rather surprised Naruto as he thought he would be 2 hours late. Again, it wasn't abnormal. As Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto sat down on the steps in front of Kakashi, he began to speak.
Hey, I'm Kakashi Hitaki.
Now let's get straight to the point, shall we? Introduce yourselves like hopes, dreams, likes, dislikes, stuff like that. Can you go first? Sakura asked. Okay, I guess I'll go.
I'm Kakashi Hitaki.
I have no desire to tell you my likes and dislikes, my dreams for the future. As for my hobbies, I have lots of hobbies. Naruto smiled as Sakura put her head down, realizing that all he did was tell them his name. However, Naruto was going to rain on Kakashi's parade. His name is Kakashi Hitaki. He likes reading his smut, salt-broiled sori, and miso soup with eggplant. He dislikes anything fried or sweet, and people who say his smut is bad. His hobby is reading his smut all the damn time. And I don't know his dreams. Kakashi growled at Naruto. I shouldn't have told you and Sasuke that. Naruto just smiled and Sasuke snorted. Kakashi sighed and pointed to Sakura. You first. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like training and trying to become stronger as well as hanging out with my friends. She started. I hope to become a very competent or great kunoichi one day. She giggled again. My dreams. She blushed a little, thinking about Sasuke before changing her expression, are to achieve my goal and be a standout Kanasahai. Is this really the same Sakura? My words must have gotten to her, Sasuke thought with a smirk. Amazing, Naruto thought. As for your dislikes, Kakashi stated. People who don't strive become something great. I see, Kakashi said slowly, looking at her with intrigue, before pointing towards Sasuke. Your turn, Sasuke. Just because I already know you doesn't mean they know you. Sasuke sighed. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I hate a lot of things, and I don't particularly like anything besides training and getting more powerful. What I have is not a dream because I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan and kill a certain someone, the last Uchiha muttered darkly. Who could it be that he wants to kill? Maybe the person who slaughtered his clan? I'll have to ask later, Sakura thought. Team, Naruto mumbled. Sakura was about to intervene and stop it before Sasuke muttered, Dobe. Under his breath, the two butted heads, lightning shooting between their eyes. You want to say that again? They shouted in unison. A hair's length from going to blows, Kakashi just sighed and pushed them apart. Break it up. Now you Naruto. But you know me already. They don't. Sasuke does. Naruto. Naruto laughed. Fine. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen, training, and my precious people. I hate the 3 minutes it takes to get ramen ready and arrogant pricks. Finally, I have 2 dreams. The first is to become the greatest Hokage, that way people will look at me like I'm somebody important. And the last dream is to start a family of my own. Naruto trailed off at that, reminded of the fact that he had neither mother nor father. Kakashi frowned. If it wasn't an S-rank secret, he would have told Naruto who his parents were, and also told him about the Kyuubi. Well then, meet me at Training Ground 7 tomorrow morning at 10. Also, don't eat breakfast. It'll just make it worse. Kakashi then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto smiled. Tomorrow was the day he would see if he was truly worthy of becoming a genin. Naruto yawned as he awoke. It was 10:30, or at least that's what the clock said. He hoped out of bed without any care that he would be late for the meeting he had today. He sluggishly got ready before checking over his weapons, fully awake now. Perfect, Naruto said as he put his shuriken, kunai, and paper bombs inside his pouch. He then sealed the rest of them into a scroll that he slung around his waist. He would have sealed them onto his clothes or body, but he knew that Kakashi was well versed in Fuinjutsu, so if he noticed that Naruto had done so, he could cause problems with the seals. After all, Kakashi was years' worth of experience ahead of him when it came to the skill, no matter how talented Naruto was in it. Naruto left his house and headed over to Ichiraku's to get some food for later. After all, sealed food stayed fresh as long as it wasn't in there for over a week. This would only be a day, so it was fine. Still, Naruto wasn't going to eat, as Kakashi had told his team not to. He assumed the test Kakashi was going to give them was about how to fight under difficult situations like starvation. Or he could have them do an eating contest, as Kakashi may be too lazy to even bother fighting them. He certainly had been that lazy when training Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto walked into the shop with a smile on his face. Hey, old man, I am. Tucci came walking out from behind the shop, his eyes twitching. Whoever just called Mio? Hello, Naruto. Naruto smiled at the middle-aged man. Tucci had blackish-gray hair and wore a white robe with a white chef's hat on his head. Hey, Naruto, what can I do for you? 5 bowls of miso ramen, please. I'm gonna need it. Tucci nodded and got to work on making the food while a young, Teenage girl walked out from the back to check on her father. Father, I heard a brat's obnoxious voice and I hate to come and save you from the big bad Naruto, the girl teased. The girl was slender, with long brown hair and eyes, with fair skin. She wore a white robe with the sleeves folded, and a dark blue apron with ribbon ties at the top and a bright white bandana. I am Nichin. That was mean, Naruto mumbled, poking his fingers together with a glum expression. I am just chuckled and patted Naruto's head rather affectionately. You know I don't mean it, she said. Naruto responded with a rather boisterous, I know Nachon, and settled for double-checking his tools as he waited on his food. Ayam watched him as he did so, looking at him curiously. Why are you doing that, Naruto-kun? Kakashi-sensei is my Jonin-sensei. I learnt it yesterday. He said to meet us at Training Ground 7, and I personally think it is going to involve fighting, plus a ninja should never be without his tools. Ayam smiled at Naruto, clear pride on her face. Very true, Naruto-kun. Here you go, brat, Tucci said, setting down the 5 bowls of ramen. Naruto quickly sealed them into the massive scroll on his back and smiled at Tucci. Thanks, old man. I'll be heading off now. Not without paying you, damn brat. Come on, give me a freebie. I am your best and favorite customer. And best customers have to pay too, Tucci said, snatching the required money from Naruto. Stingy, Naruto mumbled. However, Tucci managed to hear it. No ramen for the rest of the day. New. Naruto grumbled as he walked up to Sasuke and Sakura, whom were jogging laps as a warm-up while discussing battle strategies. So, Sasuke-kun, what should we do if we have to fight Sensei? Any ideas? I think we should wait until Naruto gets here before discussing this since Naruto's late and all. Of course I'd be late, after all. Kakashi-sensei is 2 hours late to everything, which you two apparently forgot, Naruto said as he walked up to his teammates. Tsich, I didn't forget Dobe. I just had nothing better to do. Sure, Sasuke, whatever helps you sleep at night, Naruto teased. However, Sasuke didn't take well to this and growled at Naruto. Don't insult Sasuke-kun, Naruto. Naruto looked at Sakura with sadness and nodded and just walked away towards another tree. Damn it, Sakura. Apparently she doesn't seem to realize Naruto and I are friends and do this all the damn time. Still, I need to plan on how to beat Kakashi, Sasuke thought as he closed his eyes and continued to be in deep thought. His thoughts were interrupted, however, as Kakashi appeared in front of them all, with an eye smile. You're late again, Sakura commented. Sorry, but a black cat crossed my path, so I decided to take the long way around. 560, Naruto mumbled under his breath. Kakashi's sweat dropped. He's still counting how many times I give the same excuses? How has he not gotten confused yet? Anyways, you are all here, meaning we don't have to wait on anyone. Kakashi paused, expecting an outburst. None came, surprisingly. So, we will begin your survival test. Begin in about a minute. Survival test, Sakura repeated. We took those in the academy, except not against a jonin of your caliber. Exactly, Kakashi started. You see, the academy was just to figure out which students had the potential to be ninja. However, this is the test to see who deserve to be ninja. Each jonin has their own right to choose how they desire to test their potential genin, and I have chosen the survival test. Basically, all you have to do is get these 2 bells from me, Kakashi said, pointing to the bells attached to his waist. Doesn't seem too hard, Sakura said. He's an S-rank jonin, Sakura, Sasuke commented. I know that, Sasuke. Kakashi sighed. Enough. The point is, I will be defending these bells, and your objective is to get them. You have my permission to do anything necessary to get the bells, including lethal force. You have until 6, which is 6 hours. I hope you make use of those hours. You must have a bell to pass this test. If you don't, then you will be tied to those wooden stumps and have failed the test. Now, Before we begin, is there any questions, comments, concerns? When you say lethal force, we're completely allowed to attempt to kill you, right? No consequences, Naruto asked. Yes, but why would you want to kill me, Naruto? I'm your precious sensei. Years of lazy training can do that to a person, Naruto chuckled darkly. Sasuke nodded in agreement with Naruto, his eyes turning blazing crimson with a tomoe for a split second. Kakashi stepped back, officially afraid of his blonde and Uchiha student. Naruto acts like Kushina, and that is not necessarily a compliment. And Sasuke involuntarily flashed the Sharingan for a split second, though he probably doesn't realize, Kakashi thought, slowly taking more steps away from his pupils. Wait, sensei. There are only 2 bells, which means at least one of us will fail, Sakura said. Kakashi nodded. Correct, Sakura. Anything else? Sakura, he means even we are enemies in this test, Sasuke stated. He just wanted to start to test his power against his sensei at full throttle. It'll tell him how far he is from reaching Itachi's level. Thanks, Sasuke-kun, Sakura said. What's the percentage of passing this test? Naruto asked, curious as it seemed as people had taken this test before. It was too well thought out for Kakashi. After all, genius he may be, he was also a lazy bum. 33% chance of passing. The odds are that highly stacked against our favor, Sakura thought. Hopefully we can pull through. This will be harder than I thought, Naruto thought. I thought it was like a 50% chance of failing. Last question. Why did you tell us not to eat? Sakura asked. Kakashi smiled, one that made Naruto proud. After all, it was a prankster smile. So it would be more difficult for you. Sakura's eye twitched, though she contemplated it and realized it made a bunch of sense. While Sasuke did nothing, although Naruto was smiling and frowning at the same time, which resulted in a weird look on his face. Everyone was silent for a moment, officially ending the questioning session. Well then, if there are no more interruptions, begin. The 3 students disappeared. Well, they've got the hiding part of a ninja down, Kakashi said as he walked around the training ground. While he knew where they were hiding, to your average genin they would be invisible. Kakashi sighed. He had to draw them out somehow. The question was how. He could just reveal that he knew where they were, but that would be no fun. After all, it would basically be rubbing the fact that he was stronger and better than them in every way, shape, and form in their face. While he was lazy, he did not like to crush people's spirits, especially if they were from his village. His thoughts were interrupted as 3 shurikens sprang from Naruto's location. Ever the impatient one, Kakashi thought. I'll show off a bit. Kakashi dodged the kunai all while digging into his supply pouch. From it he drew a book. It was one of his porn novels, the Ikaika series. Naruto's eye twitched as he saw the book. Is he mocking me? Naruto growled and formed the familiar cross-hand sign.
Kage Bunshin no Jutsu.
He roared. 15 clones sprang to life around him. Naruto pointed to 3 locations and his clones spread out in groups of 5 to those specific locations. Naruto, however, went to a different location. He went towards Kakashi. Foolish Naruto, Kakashi said as Naruto charged him, kunai in hand. Naruto just smiled and drew smoke pellets from his kunai pouch. He threw them at Kakashi, who jumped away, although now there was a large purple cloud of smoke concealing the other from view. Naruto used this to wrap an explosive tag around his kunai. He then drew another kunai without an explosive tag wrapped around it, and threw them both at Kakashi, or at least where he saw him land. Kakashi was indeed in the same place, and when he saw the 2 kunai come flying through the smoke cloud, he frowned. He would have expected something stealthier from Naruto. Then again, he still remembered somewhere Naruto's clones were around, plotting his demise. Kakashi dodged the kunai, noticing the explosive tag on the first one almost too late. He barely finished the hand seals for a Doton. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release. Double Suicide Decapitation Technique. before the explosive tag lit and exploded. As the smoke created by the explosion cleared, Naruto saw no trace of Kakashi, just a small crater and rocks blown everywhere. Where is he? Naruto pondered as he looked around. However, his question was soon answered as his ankle was grabbed. Naruto looked down at the hand, to see part of Kakashi's arm and his hand sticking out of the ground, wrapped around Naruto's ankle. "Oh fuck me," Naruto mumbled. "Language Naruto," he barely heard Kakashi say before he was dragged underground. As Kakashi popped out from underground, he looked at Naruto, whose head was the only thing visible, as the rest of his body was trapped underground. "One down," Kakashi said and walked away. As Kakashi slipped into nearby bushes, Naruto smirked and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Look at Naruto, why would he blatantly charge him like that? He got defeated by Kakashi-sensei like he was nothing, though he must have had a plan, Sakura thought. Sakura stood and began to search around for Sasuke, determined to find the last Uchiha and partner up with him to take down Kakashi. However, what she found was not what she was expecting. "Sakura, help me," said a wounded Sasuke. There were senbon, kunai, and shurikens sticking out of him at all angles, and he was bleeding profusely with one eye swollen shut. "Sasuke-kun," Sakura stuttered out, horrified at the sight. Sakura." Sakura then realized it was a genjutsu. First off, Sasuke wouldn't have asked for her help. Second off, Kakashi wouldn't do that to Sasuke. Kakashi cancelled the genjutsu and I smiled from the shadows. It seemed Sakura was better than he had expected. "Kakashi-sensei, show yourself," Sakura shouted, trying to get a raise out of the Hatake. As Kakashi took off into the trees to look for Sasuke, he thought on it. These guys were called the ideal team, but they don't work together at all. They're horrid at it. The only two I think could work together are begrudgingly Sasuke and Naruto, and that's if you get rid of their rivalry. They're exactly like me and Obito. This is gonna be troublesome. I don't want to fail Sensei's kid, but I will if I have to. Kakashi landed on the ground as 5 shuriken flew by and into him, causing him to tip over. As Kakashi hit the ground, he transformed into wooden logs, revealing he had used the substitution jutsu. Sasuke cursed, sprinting away at full speed, sending chakra blasts into his feet to go faster. His attack had failed. Kakashi had avoided it and now knew where he was, and was no doubt chasing after him. Sasuke cursed as once he appeared through a clearing, he was hit with a punch to his side, sending him sprawling away and into an even more visible area. Sasuke stood to see Kakashi rushing towards him, boredom in his eyes. "Kai, release!" The resistance seals on Sasuke withered away, to make Sasuke feel much lighter and faster. "I'm on another level compared to those two. Don't think you can beat me with that look in your eye," Sasuke roared as he charged. Sasuke drew a kunai attempting to slash Kakashi. However, the man jumped over the strike and lashed out with a dual kick to the head, slamming Sasuke's head on the ground. The Uchiha touched the ground with his hand and spun around, flipping away from his sensei while launching shuriken.
Katon. Goukakyu no Jutsu.
Sasuke exhaled a large flame at Kakashi. The inferno consumed him, though when the flame dispersed, Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Sasuke was pinned to the ground by Kakashi himself. The Uchiha's face hit the ground face first. Maybe that was a bit too rough. As Sasuke shakily stood, Naruto appeared flying through hand seals and racing towards Kakashi.
Finjutsu, Maishiru, Sealing Technique, Paralysie Seal, Point.
Kakashi smirked and dodged the jutsu, slamming his knee into Naruto's gut. As Naruto held his stomach, Kakashi slammed his elbow into Naruto's head before kicking him in the chest. Naruto was sent sprawling as Sasuke stood and charged Kakashi. Kakashi jogged backwards, fending off Sasuke's attacks before Naruto quickly joined Sasuke in his barrage, although Kakashi still blocked their strikes. Naruto jumped in midair, making hand signs. Suetun, Tepidama, water release, gunshot. Naruto belched out a bullet of condensed water. However, the attack hit Sasuke instead, soaking the Uchiha, as Kakashi swung him into the attack. Sasuke growled at Naruto, who waved his hands in apology.
Sorry.
Why, you little dash? Kakashi said. Sasuke forgot all about Naruto and continued his assault on Kakashi. However, Naruto did not join Sasuke, preferring to plan. He's stronger, faster, and more experienced than we are, not to mention smarter. We're all around beaten by him. There's no way we can win this fight, but we have to. I refuse to lose. Naruto threw some shuriken before making the cross hand seal. Kaze Bunshin no Jutsu, wind clone technique. For clones appeared next to Naruto, and as they charged, Naruto charged behind them in a zigzag pattern. Kakashi groaned as he was grabbed by a Naruto clone from behind. That clone dispersed, leaving a tear in Kakashi's flak jacket. Sasuke smirked at that and launched a punch at Kakashi. However, Kakashi switched places with a clone that was charging, causing that clone to disappear. Kakashi then launched 3 shuriken at the other 3 clones that had changed trajectory, easily defeating them before kicking Naruto in the chin. Kakashi then jumped over an attack from Sasuke and landed behind him, back kicking him into a tree. The 2 remaining clones charged Kakashi, however, he took them down quickly before turning around. As he did so, he noticed Naruto had disappeared and Sasuke was charging him. Kakashi was about to charge back but decided to wait on Sasuke. Kakashi's sweat dropped as Sasuke came in with a direct punch. Foolhardy. However, as soon as Kakashi caught the punch, Sasuke twisted, trying to flip the man over. It would have worked had Kakashi not have as much experience as he did. As Sasuke flipped him, he grabbed Sasuke's other arm and threw Sasuke, turning himself upright in midair. As Kakashi landed on his feet, Sasuke had landed on his head, spinning around on the ground. Sasuke sneered and stood preparing to re-engage Kakashi. However, as 15 clones of Naruto, 5 from each location Naruto had sent them to earlier, appeared boxing Kakashi in a triangle shape, Naruto came down and grabbed Sasuke, sprinting away before the Uchiha did anything foolish. "Put me down, Naruto," Sasuke hissed. Naruto complied, putting Sasuke down. However, Sasuke noticed that Sakura was also here. They were at a large tree in the center of the training grounds. "Why did you do that?" Sasuke demanded. Naruto looked at Sasuke with an incredulous look. "You really thought you could take him?" "I did better than you. I wasn't going all out." "Neither was I." Naruto just groaned and rubbed his forehead. "Look, Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei is a S-rank Jonin. He won't be defeated by 3 genin, no matter how skilled they may be. Even if they are more skilled, his experience more than makes up for it, and he hasn't reached the age when even experience can't help you. Face it, Kakashi is too good for us to beat, even if we combined our efforts." "What are you getting at?" Sasuke asked, now intrigued. "While it may be true that we can't beat him, even if you, Sakura, and I work together, we have a better chance of beating him if we do work together. Therefore, I request a truce, at least until we get the bells." "Humph, I see no point in this." Naruto growled. "Sasuke, are you an idiot? We can't beat Kakashi-sensei without teaming up." Sasuke growled and slammed his foot on the ground. "Who do you think you are, Naruto? I can do this." Sasuke growled until a hand pushed him away from Naruto. It was Sakura. "As much as I hate to say it, he's right, Sasuke-kun. Our best bet is to team up. Kakashi-sensei probably thinks I'm the weakest link since I haven't really done anything. I'll show him some of my earth jutsu. Sasuke, you ignite the mud with a flame, then Naruto should use a wind jutsu to spread the fire. I'll go behind Kakashi and trap him. Then we hit him with everything we've got. Agree?" Sasuke growled and looked away, grumbling a begrudged, "Fine, I'm in." "With ya 100%, Naruto remarked. Well, that was entertaining. The 3 candidates looked upwards to see Kakashi standing on a nearby tree. "Are you ready?" Hell yeah, Naruto said and threw 3 shuriken at Kakashi. Kakashi dodged the shuriken. However, Sasuke jumped up towards him, engaging in a midair spar. Obviously, Kakashi won, throwing Sasuke to the ground. However, as Naruto quickly made a clone that cushioned his fall before throwing even more weapons at Kakashi. Kakashi weaved through the hail of weapons before he heard something whistling. He turned to see even more weapons coming at him, courtesy of Sakura. He groaned and jumped over them, avoiding the attack. Kakashi landed nearby. Doton, Doryu Taiga, Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Sakura shouted while placing her hands on the ground, making mud around the area Kakashi was standing. The maneuver threw Kakashi completely off guard, capturing him for a moment. Now Naruto and Sasuke Kuin. Naruto and Sasuke weaved through hand seals, preparing to unleash fury onto Kakashi. Impossible. They can't, can they?
Katon. Kaki no Jutsu.
Futon. Kuki no Yuzu, Wind Release, Air Vortex. The Katon and Futon Jutsu combined to create a giant withering vortex of fire. A collaboration jutsu. Kakashi roared, quickly making hand seals while his feet were still stuck in mud. The flame ignited the mud and the area all around Kakashi was set on fire. Kawarimi. The copy ninja was replaced with a log as he backed away from the 2 male genin. Doton Doryuso, Earth Release, Rising Stone Spears. Sakura shouted as about 100 stone spears erupted from the ground, nearly impaling and even more shocked Kakashi. This forced the jonin to go airborne. Suetun. Mizu no Tatsumaki, Tornado of Water. The water cyclone formed a typhoon around Kakashi's figure as he was about to make his escape. Due to the water being laced in pure chakra, Kakashi is rendered unable to escape it. Raitun. Reiku Haidofuki no Jutsu, Lightning Release, Lightning Blast Technique. The final attack in the team combo roared on towards the cyclone. The lightning bolt electrocuted the water in the cyclone, making it 5 times more deadlier. When the jutsu ended, Kakashi fell to the ground in tatters and a few cuts, but relatively unharmed. He had used the Sharingan Copy Wheel Eye to lessen the jutsu from the inside. If he hadn't, the jonin had to admit that he would be in worse shape. Sakura smiled at hers, Sasuke's and Naruto's handiwork before throwing more weapons at Kakashi. The jonin in return moved at blistering speed towards his genin. In almost an instant, Naruto and Sasuke were pinned to the ground with a kunai at each of their necks. Sakura, give me all the information you know on the hidden leaf or I kill both Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura stood there frozen. She had no idea what to do. How could she? She had the choice of either betraying her village or letting 2 people die. It was an impossible choice. Kakashi got off of Naruto and Sasuke soon after that, allowing them to stretch and prepare to attack again. Calm down. The test is over. Naruto stood up and looked at the sun, realizing that according to the sun the test was indeed over. We failed, didn't we? No, you didn't. Naruto looked at Kakashi curiously. But we didn't get the bells. You didn't have to get the bells to pass. Allow me to explain. This test is not meant to see if you can get the bells. In fact, none of you have the ability to get the bells as you are now. This test was meant to see if you had the potential to work together. What do you mean? Sasuke asked, confused. This test was to see if you 3 could work together to defeat an adversary. It was about teamwork. The core to any ninja squad is teamwork, meaning if you don't have that you will die early on in your mission. However, if you do, an A-rank mission can be as easy as a B-rank mission. Teamwork is the key to any shinobi squad. I wouldn't go as far to say as it's more important than your own individual skills, but it is very important. You all have individual skills. Naruto is great at close combat and ninjutsu. Sasuke is also great with ninjutsu and close combat, along with mediocre analytical skills, while Sakura has amazing analytical skills, has potential in the genjutsu and medical fields, and is great at making up strategies. If you combine this, you would be a fearsome team, However, if you have no teamwork, any jonin could easily dispatch of you. The teamwork you pulled off with T3 consecutive jutsus was flawless. If I were a chunin or even a regular jonin, I would have been dead from the combo. Okay, but what about the thing you just did to Sakura-chan? Naruto asked. Kakashi smiled. That was my final test. In the ninja world, you may run into situations like that, when you either must betray your village or leave your allies to die. I realize that it is a tough decision and there is no right answer, but remember this. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are trash, that's true, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Naruto nodded, fully accepting the words. Sasuke just gave his usual, HN, and Sakura nodded. Good. Now that you get that, let's get going. Our first mission is tomorrow. Chapter 4, Mission to the Land of Waves. Naruto groaned as another ball slammed into his face. They were currently doing a teamwork exercise, throwing a ball back and forth at each other, of course this being only Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. However, there was one problem with this exercise: they were blindfolded. Naruto groaned. Oh my Kami, this is ridiculous. Do we have to keep doing this, Kakashi-sensei? Yes, Naruto. Teamwork can prove the difference between life and death on the battle. Therefore, until I deem you all successful in this, we will not be doing any sort of extensive jutsu training or weapons making, at least not until we reach a good enough level of teamwork, Kakashi responded. Naruto groaned even more, throwing the ball to where he remembered Sakura to be. Sakura-chan, catch. Sakura nodded and put her hands out. She felt the ball impact on her hands and clasped down on it, catching it. She smiled as she found herself to be successful. Sasuke-kun, catch the ball. She threw it gently, too gently on accident. Kakashi sighed. He could understand her if she wanted to make sure Sasuke could catch the ball, but she was throwing it too gently for it to even reach Sasuke. It also meant that Sasuke wouldn't even get to touch the ball before it reached the ground. Kakashi then decided now was the time to up the challenge. He shot forward, grabbing the ball and twisting it in midair. He then fired it directly at Naruto, who was not paying attention as Sakura had not called his name. As the ball flew towards Naruto, there was one thing that allowed him to realize the ball was coming towards him: the speed. The ball was letting out a whistling sound, allowing him to realize the ball was coming towards him. However, it mattered not. Even though his hands were up, he didn't have enough strength to catch the ball and was sent flying backwards, rubber burning his hands. However, before he hit a nearby tree, he channeled chakra into his arms and legs as he slammed his feet into the ground. By doing so, he managed to maintain his balance and stop the power behind the blow, although his hands were burning. Naruto dropped the ball and ripped off the blindfold, glaring at Kakashi with an unearthly rage. What the hell? Sakura-chan doesn't have the power to do that unless she used some sort of earth jutsu. What did you do, Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke took off his blindfold, confused, as did Sakura. Dobe, what are you talking about? Sasuke asked. And why didn't the ball go to me? Naruto frowned as he glared at Kakashi, who was eye-smiling. Well, Kakashi began, Sakura did not throw the ball hard enough. Therefore, I decided to improve the speed of the ball. I just lost control over it a bit, Kakashi said, eye-smiling innocently. Naruto growled at him, reading the lie that was expressed all over his face. However, Kakashi didn't seem to care. Naruto, Sasuke, go to the Hokage Tower. Sakura, stay here. I have something I want to talk to you about. Naruto and Sasuke nodded, taking off in two separate bursts of speed, looking like blurs to the untrained eye. However, to a person of Kakashi's caliber, they would think they were moving in slow motion, along with the fact that anyone could tell they were racing each other there with their weights on. Kakashi-sensei, you wanted to talk to me? Sakura asked, looking at Kakashi with wonder. Yes, Sakura. I was wondering when you learned how to do earth jutsu. Sakura sighed. She knew this was coming. I learned them from scrolls my grandfather gave me before he died. When I was 9, he told me that if I ever decided to become a shinobi and wanted to learn a jutsu, I should read the scrolls. And since Sasuke-kun told me he didn't want weak kunoichi or fangirls at his side, I've decided to train about a year ago. That's why I am the Sakura you see before you. Interesting story. I'm glad you decided to train. Now this team is even better. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX responses came in immediately. Yes, sensei, can we go now? The three asked, all with annoyed expressions on their face. They had done this mission 3 times already, mainly because the damn cat had escaped as soon as it was brought back to the tower each and every time. And people thought jonin were useful, yet they were too lazy to stop the damn cat. Then go. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke all sprang from their hiding places like an eagle descending on its prey. The 4-legged creature hissed and jumped away from them. However, with 2 quick bursts of chakra-enhanced sprints, Sasuke and Naruto caught it. Naruto cutting off the path in front of it, and Sasuke behind it. The creature sprang towards the left. However, Sakura appeared through foliage, arms outstretched. She clasped her hands together, just as the creature fell. Avoiding the hands, however, Naruto was prepared. With a chakra-enhanced leap, he fell onto the figure with a loud oomph. Naruto slithered his arms under his stomach, grabbing a furry creature before lifting it into the air, a defeated look on its face. Caught, Naruto said as he looked at the thing. He was seriously debating skinning the cat already. He had come to hate the furry creature. Has it been identified by the ribbon? Ribbon confirmed, Naruto sighed. Mission successful. Head back to the Hokage Tower. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX cat very tightly, squeezing the life out of it. "Here is your money, times 3 for the trouble," the woman said as she placed the money on the desk. The Hokage nodded kindly as the woman left the room, only to receive piercing glares from the 3 genin. "What?" Sarutobi asked. "That blasted cat, Tora or whatever, better, and I mean better, count as 3 D-rank missions," the genin hissed. "If it doesn't," they let the sentence drag out, each one drawing a kunai from their pouches. "Let's just say we'll be having cat for dinner." Sarutobi gulped. He made a mental classification to wait a long time before giving Team 7 the Capture Tora mission again. With that done, he smiled sagely. "Yes, that will count as 3 missions. Here is your share," the Hokage said, handing out the money. Naruto took his money with greed in his eyes, as did Sakura. However, Sasuke just took it calmly. After all, he had an entire bank filled with money because of his clan. Compared to that, this was poor people cash, even though he didn't deny the more money the better. Kakashi just smiled and took his money. While he wouldn't gain any significant change in his funds, this was equal to the amount of a C-rank mission. Of course, there would be more if the village didn't take part of the cash to keep the economy running smoothly. "Any other missions for my squad, Hokage-sama?" Kakashi asked. The Hokage nodded. Cleaning the Inuzuka kennels, painting old George's fence, picking weeds from Ms. Rusk's garden, or carrying the groceries of Ms. Ural. Kakashi smiled and began to think on which one to accept. Since this was going to be marked as 3 missions and his goal was 4 missions per day, as in 1 week that would mean he had reached the requirement for the Chunin exams, 20 D-rank missions. Then, he could focus on training his team wholeheartedly for the exams, with a couple of missions mixed in here or there. "No," Naruto said. "Unless we do something worthy of our caliber, I refuse to take any more missions for the rest of the day." Kakashi sighed and ignored what Naruto thought, still intent on choosing a mission. "We'll take the painting mission, Hokage-sama." Naruto groaned as Sarutobi nodded. "Get to it then, Kakashi." XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX his team, were doing the same exercise they were doing 2 weeks ago, although it was much more advanced. They were still passing the ball towards each other, but they no longer said each other's names and they were a much further distance away from each other, around 3 buildings worth. They were still blindfolded, however what made that more difficult was the fact that Kakashi kept rotating, or completely changing the direction of the ball, proving it to be more difficult than before, and he was using a fair bit of strength to do so, allowing them to adapt to focusing chakra in key points of their body better. It's time, Naruto thought, throwing the red ball in the air. He flowed through hand seals before smirking. Futon, Rapusho, Wind Release, Gale Palm. A jutsu, Sakura thought, as she was the only one who heard him aside from Kakashi, as Sasuke was too far away. Naruto slammed his palm on the ball as it appeared directly in front of him, just as his jutsu activated. The jutsu sent out a burst of wind from his palm that sent the ball flying towards Sakura. However, Kakashi reacted in time and kicked it towards Sasuke. Sasuke was prepared though, even if he didn't know the ball was coming towards him. As soon as he felt the wind touch his palm, he channeled chakra into his arms, catching the ball without moving. However, he had a much harder time than he usually would catching the ball, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke began, why was this ball harder to catch than the other ones you've redirected? And don't say you didn't redirect it, neither Sakura nor the Dobe have the strength to put this much force on the ball. Ma Sasuke, you just had to reveal my secrets, didn't you? Everyone take off their blindfolds. The genin did so. Well, the reason it was harder to catch was because Naruto here added a jutsu in to power it up, and of course the added force from me redirecting it just proved to make it more of a challenge. But why would Naruto add a jutsu to his pass? Sakura asked, walking up to Kakashi. Kakashi waved his hand, signaling to the two boys to come over. As they did so, Kakashi looked at Naruto. Do you want to explain? Naruto shrugged. Sure, why not? Basically, Kakashi-sensei asked me to make this training exercise harder as we had already mastered it completely. So I added a futon jutsu into my pass. Although from my memory it wasn't towards the team, it was towards Sakura-chan. The two nodded. Why you though? Sasuke asked, a hint of spite in his voice. I could have used a Keton jutsu to make it much hotter to catch. Because of my futon capabilities. You see, although I don't know why I have a talent for futon jutsu, although I still can't use any higher level ones yet, but still, futon jutsu can speed something up or shred it to pieces. The one I used was to speed it up, which proved to be more of a challenge for you to catch. Wasn't it, team? Sasuke just growled and looked away, clear annoyance on his face. Naruto smirked as if he just won a tournament, holding up the peace sign. Sakura just sighed at their behavior. She still loved Sasuke, but had come to accept that Naruto and Sasuke were best friends and rivals, meaning they would always act like this, no matter how much she wanted to make Naruto shut up at times. Exactly, Kakashi said. He then looked up at the sky before saying, well, it's time for our daily missions. Let's get going. The Jonin then took off in a sprint towards the Hokage Tower, followed by Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. This was another part of their training, you see. It was endurance training. Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke had to try and keep up with Kakashi, who was using minimal amounts of chakra, without pumping any chakra into their legs to speed them up. It would allow them to not only move faster when using bursts of chakra, but move faster when they didn't, proving to be a win-win situation. And of course, Naruto and Sasuke's weights played a factor as well. The team reached the Hokage Tower in record time, sprinting up the stairs, or in Kakashi's case running on the side of the wall and breaching his office. We are ready for a mission, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said, smiling at his genin. While they were panting, it wasn't as bad as they were when they had first done this exercise, which was when they were on the floor basically dying, and they had lost track of Kakashi. Well, Kakashi-san, you really are working, young Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, and Sakura-chan, Sarutobi said, smiling at their fatigued faces. They still have a lot of work to do, Kakashi said. Tsh, Sasuke remarked, getting a laugh out of the Hokage. Well, on to more important topics. We have several missions for you, like getting Lady Daimyo's cat dash. Hell no! The genin of Team 7 roared, each of them drawing a kunai and throwing it at the desk. While this could be considered an act of betrayal, neither the Umbu in the room nor the Hokage moved. They understood why they were acting like that too after all. They too had done that mission as genin, and by the end of the day wanted to skin the cat alive, and all the other genin teams wanted to as well, even though Hiruzen did it when another lady was the daimyo's wife and had a different cat. He was beginning to think those things were cursed. Well then, Hiruzen said, laughing at them, we have dash. No, Naruto started. I refuse to take any more of these kiddy missions. This is just charity work, not fit for something of my status. I want a C-rank mission or higher, or else I'm not moving from this spot. Naruto, you can't just dash, Kakashi began, but Sasuke cut him off. I agree. I want something of higher ranking too. This isn't helping us get stronger or any field experience. This is the crap academy students do as preparation for being genin. Sasuke voiced as well. As do I, Sakura said. This won't do any good if a war were to happen right now without any field experience. Sarutobi groaned. It was that time, the time that every genin eventually demanded. The C-rank mission. It was a coming-of-age ritual basically. Eventually the genin would get bored with D-rank missions and would fight for a C-rank or above, although they only ever got C-rank. Still, Team 7 had done it faster than any other teams this year had. Kakashi-san, do you think they are ready for a C-rank? As ready as they'll ever get, Kakashi said, shrugging. C-rank still involved very little threats, usually escorts to nearby villages or taking out a minor bandit problem, nothing your standard genin couldn't handle. Plus, his genin were not your average genin. Alone, they would have to be around mid-chunin level and in Sakura's case, low chunin level. Well, the only one we have currently is escorting a bridge builder to his home in Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves. Kakashi nodded. We accept. Naruto smiled and cheered, as Sasuke just smirked. Sakura, however, had the most expressed reaction, excluding Naruto. She gave a bright smile, although afterwards she showed a hint of doubt in her decision, still not quite confident in her abilities. Sakura, are you all right? Sasuke asked, looking at the pink cat with curiosity.
Yeah, Sasuke-kun.
I'm just not sure if I'm ready for a mission such as this or not, as I'm the weakest link on the team. But why are you asking? The girl responded, as he doesn't talk to her often. Sasuke frowned. Of course you're ready for a C-rank mission. You have us, me, Naruto, and an S-rank Jonin. Just because you're the weakest on the team doesn't make you weak, you're a great kunoichi. You've earned my full respect, he said before turning away and looking at the Hokage. Meanwhile, Sakura's heart soared, high above make-believe clouds. She blushed at the flattery and the fact that Sasuke believed in her. Send in the bridge builder, Hiruzen said. The door opened quickly afterwards, to reveal a gray-haired, bespectacled man with a large beard and dark eyes. He wore a sleeveless V-neck shirt with an obi, pants, and a pair of sandals. There was a towel around his neck, and he wore a pointed hat on his head. Lastly, he had a bottle of bear in his hands. You give me brats to protect me? The girl looks like she's completely useless. The broody one looks like he has a mental problem with life, and the blonde one looks like he couldn't harm a fly. They better be good enough, the man insulted. However, when 3 kunai impaled his bottle of beer, courtesy of Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, he gulped. Can you do any better? Naruto and Sasuke whispered silently. The man shivered, although he wasn't the only one. Hiruzen also shivered, although for a different reason. The team talking at the same time and saying the same thing over and over again was creepy. Kakashi, however, seemed fine as he was used to it. Well, Mr. Tazuna, I'd be careful what you say. These 3 are very capable and very irritable, Kakashi said as he walked out of the room. Meet me at the Suff Gate at 12 o'clock tomorrow. And with that, Kakashi left the room, however his voice carried up the stairs. Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto, training time again. The 3 genin cheered, although Sasuke's and Sakura's was less enthusiastic than Naruto's, though for different reasons respectively. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Naruto groaned as Team 7 and the old man, Tazuna was his name if he recalled correctly, waited on Kakashi. Normally Naruto wouldn't have even arrived early enough to be bothered by Kakashi's tardiness. However, as this was his first C-rank mission, he wanted to get it underway already, even if it was just protecting some smug bridge builder. "Why did you come here early, Naruto?" Sasuke asked, looking at him. "You knew Kakashi would be late. All of us but the old man did. I came to get in some last-minute peace and quiet as those demons know where I live," Sasuke said. Naruto nodded. While he didn't understand Sasuke's pain personally, having fangirls chase after you endlessly wasn't fun, at least from what he observed. When he was younger, he would have killed for that, but after seeing the craziness their supposed love for the Uchiha had caused them to do, he was happy he didn't have fangirls. "I am just excited for the mission, that's all, honestly," Naruto said. "Why did you come early, Sakura-chan?" Sakura rubbed the back of her sheepishly. "I'm the same as you." "Hey brats, where's that sensei of yours? Isn't he supposed to be a elite jonin or something? Doesn't that mean he should be on time?" "I'm an important contact, you know," Tazuna grumbled. Naruto just looked at him tiredly. "Too many questions, and I don't give enough fucks to answer them. Still, he is running unusually late." Sakura just shook her head and apologized to the man. While he may be annoying, he was still a paying customer and they shouldn't ruin that. He could have hired a different village after all. "Sorry I'm late," Kakashi said, appearing behind Naruto and causing him to jump in the air with surprise. "Bastard!" Naruto roared, throwing a punch at him, however Kakashi easily caught it. Yeah, I've heard it before, Naruto. Are we all ready to go?" "TCH, you shouldn't be asking that. You were late after all," Sasuke said, just shaking his head as he walked out the gate, followed by Tazuna and Sakura. Naruto not far behind. Kakashi stood there confused. "What I say?" XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX his Fuinjutsu book closed. He had been studying the subject for hours, and while he may love the subject, he was going to snap if he read one more complicated intermediate-level seal. Of course, it didn't help that Naruto disliked reading to begin with. "This is so boring." "We get it, Naruto," Kakashi said, looking back at his student with a dramatic sigh written all over his face. Was his student always this hyperactive? "Then do something about it," Naruto said, kicking a rock. It landed in a small puddle, although no ripples appeared. Strange, Naruto thought, but ignored it, continuing on his walk. That's not normal. Ripples should have spread through the puddle, especially considering the power behind Naruto's kicks. Plus, it hasn't rained in weeks, so why would there be two random puddles on the ground? Unless, what idiots? As soon as the group passed the two puddles, the puddles rose from the ground, solidifying into humans. They had used a genjutsu to seal their form, hiding from the group. The shorter one of the duo had shoulder length, wild dark brown hair and dark eyes. He wore a gas mask that covered the lower of half of his face and a large, clawed gauntlet on his right arm, which had a chain coming out of it that attached to the other's gauntlet. He wore a camouflage suit with bandages around his waist, dark-colored, knee-length sandals, and a ragged black cloak. The other wore roughly the same thing. However, one thing they wore brought out something unique to them. At least it was the first time the genin and Tazuna had ever seen such a thing. They both wore Kirigakure headbands with slashes through them. However, just because they had never seen one before didn't mean they didn't know what it meant. Rogue Ninja, the genin thought, taking up a position around Tazuna, Sakura, and Naruto on his sides with Sasuke in the front. The ninja ran towards them, although Kakashi hadn't noticed it until it was too late, and he was wrapped in chains almost instantly. Target 1 eliminated. The two men whispered creepily. They yanked on their chains, ripping Kakashi to shreds. Sakura looked horrified, and her face paled though she tensed up ready for a fight. Sasuke and Naruto had different reactions. Sasuke's expression was that of silently controlled rage. He was ready for a fight as he viewed the rogue ninja as Itachi, a person who ripped something from him. Naruto had a look of pure fury on his face, as if he was a demon that was going to slaughter all who stood in his way to avenge his sensei's demise. Kill them, boy. Prove them to be weaker than you are. You are my host, my vessel. Naruto heard a voice scream in his head. Naruto thought still had enough semblance of control to ask an important question. Who are you? Kill them, child. Naruto was soon overcome by the voice and disappeared in a flash. He reappeared next to the taller one of the men. However, he didn't look the same. His whisker marks were thicker and longer. His nails had become claws. His canines were protruding from his mouth slightly. However, there was something more ominous about his transformation. His crimson orbs and the large amount of killing intent he was releasing. It had paralyzed Tazuna and Sakura. They couldn't move as they were experiencing the most pure form of fear. The fear a prey had when running from a predator. Red chakra formed around him as if it were Yuki. Sasuke's Sharingan started blazing crimson when his mentor was killed. Though he wasn't the type of person to have emotions, Kakashi was like a surrogate father to him, though he would never admit that. 2 ebony Tomoe Kama appeared in each of the Uchiha's eyes. Naruto lashed out with his clawed hand, claws ripping through flesh and blood splattering over the ground. The man's throat had 5 slash marks on them, and blood was pooling on the ground and in Naruto's hands. The man tried to scream in pain but found he couldn't. Not that it would have mattered as Naruto thrust his hand through his chest soon afterwards. Naruto pulled his hand out quickly, turning to face the other man, who was shaking in his boots, but it wasn't from fear. Gozu! The man cried, charging Naruto, clear intent to kill him in his eyes. He was however interrupted by an enraged Sasuke. The Uchiha with brutal efficiency pinned the other end of the chain to a tree. The Uchiha then pinned the man to the same tree via a kunai to the shoulder. The man didn't have time to scream as Sasuke quickly took the chain, wrapping it around the rogue Chunin's neck before pulling it. Blood erupted from the man's mouth and he choked to the death on his own weapon. The chain left an imprint on his neck afterwards, meaning it was snapped in the process. Naruto kept looking around, a sadistic look in his eye before he spotted his team and Tazuna. He smiled before he raised his hand and tensed, preparing to launch at them. Sasuke's own killing intent flared while he glared back at Naruto with his crimson eyes. Before the blonde could attack, his world soon faded into nothingness and he fell to the ground, unconscious. Instantly, the killing intent vanished, coming off of Naruto vanished. Kakashi was behind Naruto, a serious look on his face, along with a worried one. That had been the Kyuubi in charge then, he knew it. Naruto wouldn't do such horrendous acts. He wasn't the type of person to do so. Kakashi then looked at Naruto with worry. The seal must have weakened for it to have happened, or Naruto became aware of the Kyuubi and was starting to accept it. Neither were good things. Kakashi picked Naruto up and put him on his back, sealing the 2 dead men in a scroll before looking at Tazuna, Sasuke, and Sakura. It seemed the only person who kept his cool was Sasuke, though the realization that he just killed somebody dawned on him. Are you guys okay? Sakura, however, didn't answer. Instead, she ran to a bush and retched all over the ground. The Uchiha looked away with an aloof expression. However, deep down Kakashi knew he was trying to cope with just killing someone. Tazuna looked pale and backed away from Naruto, fear entranced in his eyes. Kakashi sighed. The man and Sakura had a right to be scared. They shouldn't have been forced to see that, but Kakashi had to assess how much control the Kyuubi had over Naruto when he was in the berserker state. Sasuke, go help Sakura out. Tazuna, we need to have a chat. The man nodded as Sasuke ran towards Sakura. The Uchiha fully realized what he had done and retched over it as well.
As Sasuke-kun.
Why your eyes? They're crimson. Sakura managed to get out. In truth, she was fearing Naruto and Sasuke at the moment, especially the former. The killer intent Naruto and Sasuke produced together was paralyzing. However, Naruto's way of handling things was incredibly brutal. Hell, even Sasuke's method was brutal. I know, the normally brooding Uchiha said, full of emotion. When Kakashi-sensei was supposedly killed, I felt rage and turmoil. That's how I unlocked my Sharingan. As much as I hate to admit it, you three have grown on me. Kakashi was like my surrogate father in a way. Naruto is my best friend even if we don't admit it, and kinda like a brother. You're my other best friend, Sakura. If any one of you were killed, I would go berserk just like Naruto did. Now I'm trying to cope with the fact I just ended someone's life a few minutes ago. The revelation made Sakura widen her eyes a bit. Sasuke cared about her deeply, even if it wasn't the way she would have preferred. The pinkette blushed, but quickly forced it away so she won't be caught. Thanks, Sasuke-kun, the pinkette stated while hugging the Uchiha. To her surprise, he didn't push away. Instead, he looked content. I'll help you cope with it. The Uchiha just graced a small smile. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX what you're talking about, Tazuna lied, although it was rather blatant that he was bad at it. No games, Tazuna. You nearly cost my team their lives, and caused them to witness something they shouldn't have had to dash, Tazuna interrupted him. That demon boy killing those two dash, Kakashi interrupted the man right back. Call him that again and I will slit your throat. Call this mission a failure, and say you ran off into the forest with a case of madness, Kakashi warned. Tazuna stepped back, shame in his eyes. I pretended to die to see if this occurrence would be ninja attacking ninja or ninja attacking bridge builder. I found it to be the latter. Now, why were those ninja after you? Gato, Tazuna whispered. Gato, as in the head of the Gato Company, one of the richest men in the world? The very same. You see, while he may be a great businessman, he is also an illegal drug dealer, and recently came to Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves. He quickly took over the ports and has our small island in a stranglehold in terms of economy. All of our money goes to his absurdly high taxes, and we can't trade as he refused to let any ships leave, and few enter, and the ones that do work for him. That does not excuse you paying for a C-rank mission. This should have easily been a B-rank. I would have liked to pay the money for that, however the entire town came together with the money, just barely scrapping by a C-rank. It was the best we could afford. I see, Kakashi said. He looked at Sasuke and Sakura who were looking at him for leadership, as well as Naruto, only they were looking at him with intrigue. It was the exact opposite of what Kakashi had expected. He had expected Sasuke and Sakura to share the view of the villagers about Naruto, or at least Sakura. Perhaps Sasuke really did help her out. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX heavier setting. He was in a sewer with water flooding the ground, reaching up to his ankles. There were pipes along the ceiling, some blue, and some red leaking the aura he had felt not even moments ago. Naruto then felt it. Whatever that aura belonged to was somewhere nearby, very close in fact. Naruto wandered the sewers, still trying to figure out where he was and where that aura came from, only to reach a large room with a metal cage and a piece of paper that had the kanji for seal on it. What the hell? A set of crimson eyes appeared and bore down on him, along with large canine teeth. Welcome, vessel, to your mindscape. The creature's massive roar sent water flying into the air, and Naruto had to guard his head and channel chakra into his feet to stand. And then again he was still sent skidding backwards. Who are you? Naruto asked the massive creature, just as a form came into view. It was a giant kitsune with red-orange fur and red eyes. It possessed the upper body structure of a human, complete with opposable thumbs on its clawed hands. It seemed to be shrunk down, although Naruto assumed that if it wasn't and stood at full height, it was the same height as the Hokage monument, which was saying a lot. Naruto dared say a full-grown man was smaller than one of its eyes. And even then, Naruto felt its size was still being limited. I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Chapter 5. Naruto's Dilemma. Teach the Kyuubi no Kitsune, Naruto mimicked. Kyuubi looked at Naruto as if he was an idiot. No, I'm your mother. Of course I'm the Kyuubi no Kitsune. No need to get all huffy, Naruto said. The Kyuubi growled and slammed one of its paws on the cage, although the bars didn't even shake. However, the water inside and outside the cage was sent flying. Do not mock me, boy, the almighty Bijou roared, its eyes snarling. Naruto looked at the creature skeptically. You can't hurt me, can you? There's a seal preventing you from doing so. Kyuubi growled. Naruto smiled. So I was right. Unless I go in that cage or get too close, you can't exactly harm me. Wait. That would mean that you're sealed inside me, meaning this is my mindscape. Kyuubi snorted. Aren't you the perceptive one? Yes, this is your mindscape, and yes, I am unfortunately sealed inside a weak runt like you. I wouldn't call myself a weakling. Sure, to a low-level genin, you and your squad are pretty damn powerful. Yet compared to something like me, you're just trash, not even worth scratching. What's that supposed to mean, you damn fox? Naruto roared. You know what it is, mortal. Now, unless you have something important to say, get out. Naruto growled and walked up to the cage, not close enough to be hit with Kyuubi's claws, however. Look, since you're living in my mind, don't you owe me or something? Naruto brazenly asked. The Kyuubi looked at Naruto as if he was absurd, however there was something in his eyes, something akin to respect, although it was the least synonymous link to the word. This mortal dared challenge him? It's not like I'm in here because I want to be. If I had a choice, you wouldn't even have met me, hell, you wouldn't even know my name. That damned fourth Hokage did this, not me, so blame your problems on him. Naruto tilted his head. What does the fourth Hokage have to do with this? Kyuubi looked at him strangely, before it snorted. I don't have to tell you anything. Go pester someone else. Naruto growled. What did you say to me, you overgrown furball? The Kyuubi turned its body away from Naruto, showing the boy his 9 tails that slammed into the cage's bars. I don't care about what you think, brat. You're not even a speck of dirt on my claw, and until you reach that level, we have nothing to talk about unless of course you're going to release the seal. Then you can do that, I'll devour you, and both of our problems will be solved. How would my problems be solved? Naruto asked. His response was silence. Hey, I'm talking to you. More silence. Damn furball, Naruto said, kicking the cage's gates. However, the second he did so, he came face to face with a claw and a snarling face, along with a burning crimson orb in the Kyuubi's mouth. Don't ever call me that. I'm not familiar with you, nor have I accepted you as someone worthy to talk to me. I could kill you if I so desired. Take one more step forward and I'll slice off your head. Naruto backed away, afraid of the fox in his gut that looked at him as if it wanted to devour him whole after spilling his insides. He fell on his bottom, looking at the Kyuubi with eyes full of fear and anxiety. What are you? Naruto mumbled as his body began to fade. A bijou, was his response before he disappeared. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX shape before a hand laid itself on his shoulder. Naruto looked up to see Kakashi smiling down on him. "Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked. "Welcome back, Naruto," Kakashi said, before he sat down next to the boy. "Are you feeling all right?" "I'm feeling fine, slightly lightheaded, but fine." Kakashi nodded before he went back to his own thoughts before patting Naruto's head. "That's good, Naruto." Naruto looked at Kakashi, wondering what was going on and why he was acting strange. "How are you still alive?" Naruto asked, looking at Kakashi. "Kawarimi. XXX." As the group walked through the marsh, Kakashi walked over to Tazuna. "Tazuna, where exactly is your house? We will need to know, as undoubtedly higher-level ninja will be after you." Tazuna nodded. "It's in a village near here, a couple more miles." However, before Kakashi could respond, Naruto threw a kunai at a nearby bush. This action caused everyone to jump intensity, ready for a battle. The Jinchuriki walked over to the bush. He pulled away the leaves to see a shaking white rabbit that was almost impaled with a kunai. "Baka!" Sakura screeched. "It was just a rabbit. You probably acted like you were in the mood to kill something again," Sakura hissed. Sasuke shook his head at Sakura's words as he too had killed. So indirectly, she was speaking to him. Naruto stood there frozen. He had killed. He had killed under the Kyuubi's influence, but he had still killed. Naruto stood there frozen and looking at his hands, a horrified look on his face. While they may have looked clean to anyone who looked at them, to him they were covered in blood. They were crawling in it. His nails were red and blood flowed freely on his clothes. Naruto screamed, falling on his hands and a horrified look on his face. Sasuke wanted to do the same as he could relate to the blonde. However, he now understood what being a shinobi really required. It was either kill or be killed. Sasuke had to get his revenge before he would roll over and die. Plus, his brother had did it to his whole entire clan without remorse, so if he could cope, so could Sasuke. Kakashi sighed and glared at Sakura, who stood there not understanding what she had done. Kakashi walked up to Naruto and put his hand on his shoulder. With that one simply gesture, Naruto sat there on the ground, tears flowing from his eyes. He was bawling, and no one knew exactly what to say. That was until Sasuke looked closer at the rabbit that had actually come up to Naruto's leg and began nuzzling him in a sign of comfort. "Wait, those types of rabbits don't live here normally. The color's off, and it's not winter yet, which means..." Sasuke let the sentence drag out. "Substitution," Kakashi hissed, grabbing Naruto and Tazuna before pulling them to the ground. "Get down!" Sasuke grabbed Sakura and shot to the ground as a massive cleaver flew over their heads before embedding itself in a tree. A figure jumped onto the cleaver. The figure was tall and noticeably muscular with pale skin, short spiky black hair, brown eyes, and small eyebrows. The figure was undoubtedly male. He wore a mask made of bandages over the bottom half of his face. He wore a forehead protector that had a slash through it, the sign of a rogue ninja, which was sideways on his head. The man was shirtless, with his chest only covered by a belt to which he attached the cleaver when he wasn't using it, wearing baggy pants with the striped pattern that was typical of a Kirigakure ninja and mimetic wrist warmers that extended up to his elbows with matching leg warmers. The blade he held was an intimidating sight without him. It had two cutouts, a circle close to the top and a semicircular one nearer to the handle, that made the sword look like it was for decapitation. It had a notch that allowed a strap to be wrapped around the weapon, making it easier to carry, as if looked exceedingly heavy. It had an extremely long handle which was also detachable to further aid transportation and could reattach for combat. "Who are you?" Sasuke questioned. However, his nerves were unprepared for Kakashi to start leaking massive amounts of killer intent. "Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto, get into formation." Sasuke and Sakura immediately jumped into the formation around the bridge builder. The former unleashed his newly acquired dojutsu, which caught everyone's attention bar Sakura. However, Naruto and Kakashi decided they would comment upon it later. "Zabuza Momochi? Or would you prefer to be called the Kirigakure no Kijin, Demon of the Hidden Mist?" Kakashi asked. "I don't really care, Kakashi Hatake, otherwise known as Sharingan no Kakashi, Kakashi of the Sharingan, or Kopi Ninja no Kakashi, Copy Ninja Kakashi." "Why are you here?" Kakashi asked. "I think you know. I'm here for the bridge builder." "A man like you is working under scum like Gato?" Zabuza shrugged. Kakashi got it then. "He protects you from the hunter nin that are after you, doesn't he?" Zabuza just hopped of the sword, yanking it from the tree on his way towards the ground before landing easily. "Kirigakure no Jutsu, Ninja Art, Hidden Mist Jutsu." Kakashi growled and grabbed his forehead protector as mist began to roll in, cloaking the area. "Oh, so I get to see it, the famous Sharingan, used by the man who wields 1000 jutsu. Sasuke paused at that. Kakashi had the Sharingan?
Impossible.
The Sharingan was only able to be manifested in Uchiha. Someone who wasn't in the clan shouldn't be able to use it. The only logical explanation if that man was telling the truth was that Kakashi was a long-lost Uchiha clan member. Meaning that Sasuke had family still, he wasn't the last Uchiha. The Sharingan, Sasuke whispered before his body froze, all thoughts of his dojutsu forgotten. He felt it now. The killing intent of the two Jonin-level ninja. It was intense, too intense for him to handle. They were clashing ferociously, and he just couldn't bear it. The killing intent was too high, pressuring him too much. Sasuke drew a kunai and began to slowly bring it towards his neck. Death would be so much simpler. No. Sasuke realized he's handled worse killing intent with Itachi and Naruto. If he could go through both, then he could handle this. A laugh echoed through the air. Look at the boy Kakashi. He's basically pissing his pants. If anyone, I thought it would be the blonde brat, but the raven-haired one is pathetic. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. 8 points. Lungs, liver, larynx, jugular vein, spine, collarbone, kidney, heart, which will be my kill point. Sasuke reared the kunai back and put it back into his weapon pouch. He still looked frightened. However, his Sharingan blazed even brighter. The Uchiha was determined and prepared for battle with the enemy Nin. Sasuke Sakura, calm down, Kakashi ordered. I won't allow my comrades to die. I'll protect you with my life. Trust me. Are you so sure, Kakashi? Zabuza said, appearing between the genin of Team 7 with his sword drawn. Naruto reacted instantly, swinging a kunai directly at Zabuza's head. However, Sasuke jumped backwards, pulling away Tazuna and Sakura. Zabuza blocked the strike with his sword before kicking Naruto in the chest, sending him flying towards a tree. Naruto coughed before he impacted with the tree. That kick was strong and it had hurt a lot. Kakashi pulled up his headband immediately and channeled chakra through his body, blowing away part of the mist. That was when everyone saw it, the Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye, with 3 Tomoe spinning in it. The famous Sharingan, Zabuza said. What is this Sharingan? Naruto asked. Everyone keeps saying it, but I have no idea what the hell it is. The Sharingan, Sasuke said. A rare power that resides in the eyes. The user of the visual jutsu can instantly see and comprehend any genjutsu, ninjutsu, or taijutsu and reflect the attack back on the attacker. The Sharingan is a special, rare form of dojutsu. However, there is more to the Sharingan than that, a hell of a lot more. Look at my eyes right now. I possess the Sharingan as well. You got it right, boy, but you only scratched the surface. Zabuza said. Sharingan can analyze an opponent's technique and then copy it to the smallest detail. I just said that, snarled Sasuke. Team 7 stay out of this fight, Kakashi called before launching 3 kunai at Zabuza. The rogue ninja blocked the kunai before charging Kakashi. He tried to slash him. However, Kakashi jumped over the attack and lashed out with a kunai that pierced Zabuza's neck. A liquid splattered all over the ground. It was water. Mizu Bunshin, water clone. Naruto thought as the water splattered over the battlefield. Naruto decided to take this chance to sprint back over to his squad, although he saw their visible flinch and glare when he stopped next to them. A shadow appeared behind Kakashi as the Zabuza in front of him exploded into water, surprising Kakashi. The shadow cleared to show Zabuza, swinging his sword to bisect Kakashi. The attack swung true, cutting Kakashi in half and splattering more liquid onto the ground. However, it was clear as day that this Kakashi was also a Mizu Bunshin water clone, as the body of Kakashi exploded into water. Kakashi had instantaneously copied Zabuza's jutsu and used it against him. He saw through my illusion and copied it in an instant. He must be quite skilled with the Sharingan to do that, as usually the jutsu hinders the Sharingan's abilities. Zabuza thought as he turned around, however it was too late. You're finished, Kakashi said as he put a kunai to Zabuza's neck. Zabuza chuckled ominously. Finished. You don't get it, do you? I'll never be defeated by a mere copycat ninja like you. Nice try. The Zabuza in front of Kakashi exploded into water before another appeared from behind him, sword at the ready. I don't know how you acquired S-rank ninja status. You should know I'm not that easy to fool. Zabuza swung his sword quickly. However, Kakashi managed to duck under the strike without losing a hair. Zabuza slammed his sword in the ground before launching a powerful side kick directly at the still recovering Kakashi, who, because of the fact he didn't have time to recover from his dodge, was sent flying from the kick. Zabuza smirked, not that you could see it, before he grabbed his sword and chased after Kakashi, preparing to kill him. He stopped quickly, however, as he noticed something shiny on the ground. Makabishi spikes, nice try. Slowing me down won't work though. Kakashi impacted with the field of water in front of them, and Zabuza growled before flipping into the water himself. Kakashi surfaced slowly, taking quick examination of his surroundings. This water, it's so dense, so heavy, Kakashi thought. However, his thinking time was interrupted as Zabuza appeared behind him, his hands going through a jutsu. Suiro no Jutsu, water prison technique. Zabuza put one arm near Kakashi's head as a sphere of water shot upwards and encased Kakashi. An inescapable prison of water. Kakashi, how will you survive? This prison is made of water, but harder than steel. It's hard to fight when you can't move. Now onto your little friends. Mizu Bunshin. Water rose up next to Zabuza, forming a water-made clone of him. The clone walked towards Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, before stepping onto dry land and stopping. You think wearing a headband makes you a ninja? When you've hovered between life and death so many times that it doesn't faze you, you may be called a ninja. When you've become so deadly that your profile has been entered into my bingo book, then you may have earned the title ninja. But to call upstarts like you ninja is a joke. You're just brats. Zabuza disappeared, reappearing in front of the trio before swinging his sword, the blunt side of it, towards them and sending the three flying. However, Sasuke grabbed onto Tazuna at the last moment, saving the bridge builder's life. I think I'll play with you for a while, Zabuza said as he walked towards them again. Run, Kakashi said. This battle ended the moment I got caught. He's using power to keep me locked in this prison, so he can only fight with that clone. But the clone can't go far from the real body, so run. Running will lead to our deaths. You're right, this battle ended when you got caught off guard. So why not start another one? Sasuke thought before charging Zabuza and launching shuriken at him. Zabuza just growled in annoyance before batting the shuriken away with his sword. However, before Zabuza could see again, Sasuke jumped in the air, coming down on top of him, but Zabuza had expected this. Easy, Zabuza thought, grabbing Sasuke's throat the second the boy yelled out one name. Naruto. Zabuza threw Sasuke just as another boy, Naruto, appeared right next to him, hand aiming for his gut.
Fuinjutsu, Maishiru, Sealing technique, paralysie seal.
Zabuza easily dodged the strike before kicking Naruto into Sasuke's body. The Uchiha with his Sharingan, however, avoided Naruto's flying body. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura shouted. The kunoichi started to do an earth jutsu when she realized that there was no earth to do her jutsu on. Damn it, I'm essentially useless, Sakura thought. Naruto and Sasuke stood up. However, Naruto took a couple steps forward and drew a kunai before pointing it at Zabuza. This action surprised not only Sasuke, who was preparing to launch another attack at Zabuza, but also Tazuna and Sakura. Hey you, the freak with no eyebrows. Put this in your bingo book. The ninja that will become Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves. He never backs down. His name's Naruto Uzumaki. Zabuza just chuckled, but anyone could see Naruto was dead serious. Maybe I misjudged this kid, Tazuna thought. There's the old Naruto. Whatever possessed him is gone. The real Naruto is back. Let's show Zabuza that. Besides, once Naruto himself figures out what possessed him, I'm sure he'll tell us. I've also killed and had the same rage he did. Just mine was more controlled. Sasuke thought as he too drew a kunai. Sakura, stay back. Naruto and I will handle this. There is no earth for you to do jutsu on. Besides, we don't need another casualty since Kakashi is trapped. Alright Sasuke, let's get wild, Naruto roared. Big words for a little man? You think you can play my game? Zabuza asked. Naruto smirked. Your game? Sorry, but you're playing ours. Zabuza burst into laughter. You really haven't learned anything, have you? Still playing your little game, pretending to be ninja. When I was your age, this hand had already crushed many opponents. Zabuza, the demon of the mist, Kakashi said. Zabuza chuckled.
I'm honored.
I was in your bingo book after all. Truly it warms my non-existent heart. Long ago, Kakashi began, in Kirigakure, also known as the Blood Mist Village, before a student could become a ninja, there was one final test. You know about the graduation exam? Zabuza said. Naruto looked confused. So, we had graduation exams too. Zabuza chuckled again. Did you have to kill the other students to pass? Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all paled. Imagine it. Young ninja like you, eating together, training together, and then comes the final exam when you change the rules. Kill or be killed. You can't stop while your opponent still breathes. He was your friend. He shared your dreams. But now he was a threat. 10 years ago, Kakashi said, the graduation exam changed. 1 year before a dark evil filled the school with terror. What terror? Sakura asked. What evil? Without pause or hesitation, a young boy who wasn't even a ninja approached the class and took down over 100 other students. Zabuza said. It felt so good. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all paled, realizing what Kakashi meant. Zabuza was that boy, he was a true-blood killer. You're nothing. Naruto growled and charged. Whatever.
Kage Bunshin no Jutsu.
Multiple Narutos appeared from thin air, surrounding Zabuza, and causing him to raise one of his ridiculously small eyebrows. Shadow clones in these numbers? Impressive. The clones drew a massive amount of shuriken before launching them at Zabuza, followed by an armada of smoke pellets. While Zabuza either blocked or avoided the shuriken that bombarded him from both sides, the pellets soon obscured his vision. Not that it mattered. I'm used to fighting without sight, boy, Zabuza roared. Naruto smirked as he came down from the sky and Sasuke came at Zabuza from the front.
Futon, Kuki no Usu.
Naruto flew through the hand seals before slamming his hand on his stomach, basically vomiting up the ever-growing ball of air.
Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu.
Sasuke roared, sending the spiraling ball of flames towards the ball of smoke. Naruto, however, wasn't done, and threw something into the air vortex that it shredded before continuing on its merry way. The vortex and ball of flame impacted with the smoke cloud at the same time, causing a massive explosion of fire. However, the attack didn't stop there and it pushed through the cloud, headed directly towards Zabuza. Shit! The man thought as he felt his clone collapse. I can't stop that without using two hands. Zabuza pulled his hand from the watery prison before flowing through hand seals. However, that didn't happen as Kakashi kicked Zabuza before diving underwater as the firestorm reached the lake. A massive explosion of steam occurred, hiding the battle from view. As the steam cleared, it showed the lake that used to exist gone, revealing Zabuza, who was lying against a tree, and Kakashi, who was sitting before the man, kunai to his neck. Game over. Damn! Zabuza thought, thinking back on what happened. As soon as he had landed from Kakashi's kick, two kunai slammed into his back before he was kicked into a tree and chained to it with kunai. Kakashi then slammed his head back on the tree, stunning him before putting a kunai at his neck. Two Senbon flew through the air, impacting with Zabuza's neck. Kakashi looked up at the perpetrator, glaring at him suspiciously before realizing the uniform the person wore. The person had long black hair, pale skin and large, dark brown eyes, a slender frame, and looked to be short for his age, which looked to be around Sasuke's. The person wore a standard Kirigakure pinstriped outfit which stopped at their knees. Over that they wore a green haori with white trimmings, and around their waist there was a brown sash with a fringed trail wrapped around his waist twice. They wore light brown platoon sandals with straps in the same color as their kimono and nail polish on their fingernails and toenails in matching blue-green color. There was a black forehead protector with the Kirigakure symbol on it, and there was a hunter-nin mask on their face.
Hunternin.
I assume you are here for Zabuza, Kakashi asked. The hunter-nin nodded. I must thank you. I have been hunting him for a while now, and you defeating him made my job much easier. Kakashi nodded. Glad to help. The hunter-nin jumped down from the tree they were perched on before lifting up Zabuza's body onto their back. I will be leaving now. With that, the hunter-nin disappeared. Kakashi smiled at that before putting his headband back over his now closed left eye that contained his Sharingan. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Taz his sentence ended as he fell to the ground unconscious. Tazuna, Sasuke, and Sakura looked at each other strangely. They then looked at Sasuke, as he had the most knowledge out of the group on the Sharingan. The Sharingan is meant for those who are part of the Uchiha clan, my clan. From the fact it wasn't in both eyes, it's obvious Kakashi is not part of the clan. Therefore, the strain he must go through when using it must be great, and therefore he must rest after using it, as his body isn't used to the strain. The trio nodded, accepting it before Naruto made shadow clones to carry Kakashi. Let's get going, Tazuna. We don't want to stay out here for long. Tazuna nodded and began to lead the way, followed by Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, who were still quite perplexed by the enigma their sensei truly was. Naruto frowned when he walked into the village Tazuna was from. It was poor to put it in a kinder state. Honestly though, it was dilapidated, like it had lost all hope. Buildings that looked like they should be well built and strong looked pathetic, and moldy, barely holding on by a thread. Naruto could have sworn one good punch would send them crumbling to the ground. There was feces and urine on the street, with children that were quite literally only skin and bone. You could see the veins and bones bulging from their skin. Dead children were on the streets, rotting quickly, and the smell was filled with decay, proving more dead bodies were around than Naruto would care to see. Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto all retched outside the town when they saw it. It was pitiful to see this happening to people. As they walked towards Tazuna's house, they couldn't help but ask what happened to the place. Gato happened, Tazuna said. The economic stranglehold he has us in is making people resort to drastic measures. Our people have given up on all hope, and it's tearing us apart. We're turning against each other too. Some people are turning to Gato to solve their problems, and the strange thing is he's helping them. He's actually pulling people in only to use them to get back at the village. It's despicable. That's why I need to complete this bridge, so our town can have hope again. Naruto looked at Tazuna seriously. What makes you think Gato won't take control of the bridge too? Tazuna looked at Naruto questioningly. Aren't you going to kill him? Naruto shook his head. That's not our job. Our job was to escort you to Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves. Technically, if we left now, we would still get paid as we accomplished the mission. We're doing you a favor by protecting you so you can finish this bridge. Gato is not our problem either. Unless they threaten any of us specifically, we have no requirement to protect you from or kill Gato, at least not any longer since we are in Nami no Kuni. More so, from what Kakashi-sensei told me about the situation, you lied about the scope of this mission, meaning that really we should have cancelled this mission the second you told us that Gato was after you and that he had powerful ninja to use against us, as Zabuza alone can bump a mission with only a squad of genin and a single jonin from a C rank to an A ranked mission. Don't make demands. Tazuna looked stunned. He knew what they were saying was true, but to hear it stated so bluntly, it put him to shame. It disgraced him. He never thought about it that way, but he honestly put these ninja in massive danger for lying about the scope of the mission. Please, Tazuna said. You have to forgive me. We didn't have the money to pay for an A-ranked mission. We would have if we could have, but the entire village poured in its funds for a simple C rank. Naruto growled as they walked. That makes no difference. Konoha is a very reasonable village, as is Gigi. He would have accepted some form of payoff later on. Admittedly, you didn't know this, but if you had at least attempted to tell them, I'm sure they could have tried to help nonetheless. You have endangered Konoha shinobi that are unprepared for the scope of this mission. Normally, if you had paid the right price, no one would blame you if a shinobi died. However, you did not, meaning the blame if any of us die will fall onto your lap, and that's if any of us make it back alive since Kakashi-sensei is down. What do you mean? Gato shouldn't have stronger reinforcements. I agree, Naruto said, looking at Tazuna. However, do you really think Gato won't hear about Zabuza's death at that Hunter-nin's hands? He will hear of it, and he will assume you are the cause as you are leading the revolution against him, and because of that he will send his forces after you in droves. Tazuna's eyes were alight with fright after he heard that. Please, you have to protect me, he begged. Naruto continued walking. We do not have to do anything. Don't worry about what I said though. It's only speculation. Tazuna looked at Naruto as he continued walking, followed by a quite shocked Sakura. Sasuke just looked content at the whole thing. Tazuna looked at the ground sadly and balled his fists, tears falling from his eyes. I can't let that happen, Tazuna whispered. I refuse. Tazuna scrunched up his face with sadness and began walking after Naruto, before leading the way. Sasuke and Sakura walked forward, trying to catch up, but were too busy with their own conversation. I didn't know Naruto had it in him, Sakura mumbled. I agree, Sasuke said. He's experienced some things to be that knowledgeable about what could happen. That's the only explanation. Sakura looked at Sasuke. But why would anyone do such things to Naruto? I don't know, Sakura. I don't know. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX looked better maintained and overall better quality than the majority of the houses they had seen in the town. "Father, you're back," she said, voice full of relief as she hugged him. "Tsunami, it's good to see you again," Tazuna said, hugging his daughter. Tsunami had long, dark, blue hair. She wore a short-sleeved pink shirt with the end of the sleeves and the collar being red in color. "Are these the ninja that escorted you back home?" Tsunami asked, looking at the genin, and Kakashi was still unconscious. "Yes," Tazuna said, smiling. He walked inside the house, after Tsunami smiled at the trio and walked in. Tazuna looked at the trio before beginning to speak. "There are guest rooms upstairs too, so I'm assuming boys go with boys and girls go with girls." "No, not assuming, no business here," Tazuna said, glaring at them mildly. The three genin all blushed and began stammering out sentences along the lines of they would never do that, but Tazuna just laughed at their expense. "It was a joke, but seriously, don't do that. But there are 2 guest rooms upstairs. You can lay your sensei there." The Naruto clones cried out in happiness. They had been carrying Kakashi for a long time, and their arms were killing them. They quickly shot up the stairs and put Kakashi to rest before disappearing in a puff of smoke, causing Naruto to chuckle. "What's so funny, brat?" Tazuna asked, looking at Naruto. Naruto looked at Tazuna suspiciously. He was just acting like he was a monster on the way here, but now he was acting friendly. That was exactly what any tactical person would do, turn someone against them. However, Tazuna had a point. How had he known his clones had drawn a mustache on Kakashi's mask? It wasn't like he got their memories or something. Did he? "None of your business." Tazuna sighed and looked at the ground as Naruto glared at him. Tazuna looked up at Naruto, a deep sadness in his eyes. "I understand that words are not enough, but please know that I truly mean you no harm. Also, forgive my earlier transgressions. You are not who I thought you to be." Naruto just scowled and turned before coming face to face with Sakura. Naruto, apologized to him, she ordered. Sasuke groaned as she said that. Sakura and himself were in no position to be ordering Naruto around, especially after what she and Tazuna did. Even he knew that she would have to work to build up the trust he had in her, if it was possible to get that trust back at all. It could take months, maybe even years, for him to regard them as friends, and it would be a fragile friendship at best for a long time again too. Yet, here Sakura was trying to boss him around as she always tried to do. "What did you say?" Naruto whispered. "I said apologize to him. You had no right to talk to him like that." Naruto growled and shoved past her, walking towards the door of the house. "I'm leaving. Don't try and find me." Sakura growled and glared at Naruto. "Who said you could leave? Who said you were my mother?" Naruto roared, turning on her, his eyes blazing with anguish and fury. Sakura took a step back as he said that, scared of him. "You insult me, cower away from me, hurt me verbally, scream at me, and now you accept me to follow your orders? I should slap you where you stand. You know nothing of me, you just assume and believe the villagers' lies. Unless you have something important to say, shut up. Sasuke is much better than you are. At least he knows to be quiet and give me some space once I've learned I killed someone. Hell, he killed the other guy himself, yet you only rouse on me. You always thinking you're perfect. Well, it's time for a damn wake-up call. You know nothing." Naruto turned on his foot and slammed the door as he walked out, shaking the walls of the house. Sakura, on the other hand, was on the ground, staring at the door in shock and fear. Had she really acted like that? She knew she verbally and physically rejected him whenever he had asked her out. But had she really called him such horrible things? How could she live with herself knowing that she did that? Sakura curled up into a ball, put her face on her knees and cried. Tazuna just looked at the girl with sorrow, and Sasuke sighed. He walked over to Sakura and put a hand on her shoulder, causing her to look up at him. She continued to cry as she saw him. "Am I really such a horrible person?" Sasuke shook his head. "No, you just misunderstood. Just give Naruto his space for a while." Sakura's tears slowed, but she looked at Sasuke still. "How do you know this?" "Because I understand Naruto deeper than you. We're both alone. I can see it in his eyes. He had nothing from the very beginning, and the villagers treat him like trash. I've had everything ripped from me in one night by my role model, my old brother. Then I was forced to relive the slaughter of the clan for what seemed like 3 days by a powerful genjutsu. Naruto's faced the harsh realities of life, and I've lost everything. That's how I know all of this." XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Sakura said. Who the hell does she think she is? She knows nothing about my life. She couldn't comprehend it. She couldn't live a day in my shoes, heck. She couldn't live a day in any of these people's shoes. She's fortunate, having a good family that cares about her. She's never suffered. She's gotten everything she's ever wanted excluding Sasuke. I understand what Kakashi-sensei and everyone at the academy tried to tell me now. She's not the type of person you want in your life as a lover. At least not now anyways. Naruto stopped his insistent walking as he felt something tug on his leg. He looked downwards to see a child looking up at him. The child had black hair and black eyes, and was definitely skinnier than a kid should be at his age. Mister, do you have any money? The child asked, his voice raspy and weak. Naruto frowned at the child. He had money, and he would give it to the child, but to see a child in a state like this, it was saddening and demoralizing. Here you go, Naruto said, giving the child money. Get some food, and if there are more people with you, take this, Naruto said, handing the kid more money. The orphan smiled at Naruto. Thanks, mister. Don't thank me. Anybody with a heart would do this. Not the guys with those big swords. Naruto frowned. Don't worry. I'll take care of those guys soon. The orphan smiled and ran off, although it was very slow, and anyone could see it took a lot out of him. Naruto sighed and looked up at the quickly darkening sky. He should be getting back to the house now. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Welcome back, Kakashi said. He was using crutches to stand. Kakashi-sensei, you're up, Naruto said. Yeah, I feel better now. I heard you took care of things while I was gone. Naruto just walked through the living room, a frown on his face. I guess you could call it that. Kakashi sighed and walked after him. Things were going great before this mission had started. It seemed this one mission had taken a heavier toll on his team than he originally thought. Their teamwork had been demolished, and unfortunately, probably the worst thing, was that he had a sinking feeling Naruto had discovered the secret. Now he could only hope that he wouldn't hold it against Konoha. As Tsunami set the table with Sasuke's help, albeit he didn't volunteer, more like he was forced to, Naruto sat down. Tazuna, Sakura, and Kakashi quickly joined him, all of them waiting for food. Tsunami sat the last plate down on the table when a young boy came down the stairs. The boy had spiky black hair and dark-colored eyes. He wore a green jumpsuit with a yellow shirt and a simple pair of sandals. He also wore a blue and white striped hat. The boy sat at the table as Tsunami did, sitting right next to her. Good, Inari, you came down and I didn't even have to call you, she said, rubbing his head. The boy, who Naruto assumed was Inari, just sat there, eating his food quietly. To be honest, it put Naruto off. Kids at that age should be loud and boisterous. Well, maybe he was relating kids to close to his own life, but they still should be talkative. Any shyness shouldn't have kicked in yet, so it was odd seeing the kid be so quiet. However, he didn't have the time to debate why as Kakashi began talking. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, tomorrow we're going to start intense training. Your teamwork is working well, and you each have your own strengths. This means I'm going to start training each of you in your strengths along with getting the advanced basics of genin down. Got it? Yes, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto and Sakura said. Sasuke just did his familiar HN. Kakashi nodded. Get a good night's rest then. However, the room then went back into the awkward silence they were in before Kakashi talked. This allowed Kakashi to actually ponder his thoughts. Their teamwork is working well, I can't deny that. Even after that happened, they still can work together solidly when needed, as they demonstrated against Zabuza. However, for their teamwork to truly get better and me to start teaching them advanced stuff, they need to learn to trust each other again. Kakashi sighed as everyone finished eating their food. Well, I'm off to bed, Tazuna said. As am I, Sakura and Tsunami said. Sasuke just stood and walked towards his room, and Inari just vanished from sight the second he finished his food, as if he didn't even exist. Naruto yawned and waved to Kakashi, who waved back and sat down on the couch once everyone had turned the lights off. He was fine with being in the dark. It was a ninja's best asset and also their worst nightmare, yet he wouldn't have to worry about attacks. Zabuza is still alive, Kakashi thought as he thought back on what happened during the battle with Zabuza. I was too tired to realize at the moment, but the hunter nin wasn't real. Hunter nin are supposed to cut off the head and burn the body immediately when they kill it, yet this hunter nin did not do that. He took the body with him, plus Senbon are not used to kill but to paralyze. He could have put Zabuza in a death-like state to fool me. Zabuza is alive. I give us a week at the least before Zabuza's ready to come back and attack the bridge builder. And next time he'll bring that fake hunter nin. I need to get them ready for that fake hunter nin, or this mission may end up being worse than what happened with Obito and Rin. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX and Sasuke's room. As Kakashi had volunteered to sleep on the couch, Kakashi shot into the room as fast as he was able, finding Naruto screaming with his hands clutching his heads and everyone in the household in the room. Naruto kept mumbling unintelligible things as Kakashi walked in. "Sasuke, what happened?" Kakashi ordered. I don't know. One minute I'm sleeping and the next Naruto's screaming wakes me up. He was screaming about how their faces are haunting and they're screaming. Something along those lines anyways. I've also been having nightmares about killing people, but I can cope with it. Kakashi nodded. He now had an idea of what was going on and knew how to fix it. He walked up to Naruto and put a hand on his shoulder before turning back to the others. Would you all leave, please? I need to talk with Naruto for a moment. They nodded but kept walking, although Sakura and Sasuke shot a look at their teammate before they left. It was easy for Kakashi to see that they were worried about him, despite the transgressions that had happened between the trio. Kakashi clutched Naruto's shoulder a little harder. Naruto. Naruto stopped his screaming and looked up at Kakashi, tears in his eyes. Kakashi-sensei. Hey Naruto, care to explain what's wrong? Naruto's eyes began to water as tears fell from them, and he clutched his knees. One of those people that I thought killed you. He's alive, he's in my dreams. He keeps screaming things. Screaming about torture and reliving it over and over again. He's insane. He keeps saying piercer, murderer, slammer. It's. Naruto had to pause his explanation as he began to shake in fear again. Kakashi gently put his hand on top of Naruto's head, causing the boy to look at him. I'm going to tell you right now that those people are not alive. They are dead. I saw them die. I'm going to be blunt and say you killed one of them and Sasuke killed the other. That's right. What Sakura said is right. You are a murderer. Those voices are correct. Naruto began to shake, tears about to overflow, until Kakashi continued. But this is part of the job. Being a ninja involves death. You either kill or are killed in this world, Naruto. Sasuke managed to get the message and is coping with it. Each ninja must go through this to mature, even I had to. I've killed before, and while it never was a pleasant experience, I did it because it was my duty. I had to, as I had to protect the people I cared about and for my village. But how do you act so okay with yourself? Naruto asked. As you've probably noticed, a lot of the jonin have weird habits. Me reading my books and being tardy, Guy acting eccentric, Asuma smoking, Anko acting sadistic, or even Ibiki's cold, uncaring demeanor. All of us have our quirks. We use these quirks to help us cope. Everyone has something they use to help them cope with killing people. They use this to ignore the fact that they have other people's blood on their hands. So I have to find something to help me cope? Yes, whether it is immersing yourself in training so you can defeat people without killing them, or playing ninja with kids, you need to find something that helps you move past this. I can help you when we get back to Konoha. Naruto frowned. What will I do until then? Force them away. You're strong, Naruto, and I believe in you. You can do it. Plus, thinking about things that make you happy tends to help. Naruto nodded and Kakashi walked over to the door. Oh yeah, Naruto, as a word of warning, don't ever enjoy killing people. It makes you no better than a demon, which you are not. With that, Kakashi left the room.